Good morning, good afternoon. That seems bright. Good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite creator. And I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn, to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe, and that you will continue how to learn to reject those things that are meaningless in your life and that keep you in chaos. So it's almost the 20 mark, my dear friends. Barry, Miss Susie Q, it's good to see you. And Miss Delaney Pearl, how are you, my dear? So it's good to see you all this morning. It's still um, it's that time of year where I refuse to turn my clock forward or backwards or whatever time it's supposed to be. You know, it's my time of year. I can I can be obnoxious anytime I want to, but for me it's like, so Dave, why don't you change your clock? Well, it ain't nothing but a thing, right? But the government has made me do so many things in my lifetime to where it's like, I don't have to. Nah, make me. Go ahead. Make me change my clock, you bitch. But um, I know that's a little obnoxious and whatever. But at the same time, it's just like, but for the last 2 years now, I have not moved my clocks forward because I've kind of been studying the effects of my being in my own little time zone, time warp thingy down here. And if or any difference it would make for me in my life. And I've noticed consequently that um, I find it humorous a lot that I did not, move my clocks, and that it's something that for whatever it might mean to everybody else, I still have control over something. Well, everybody else moved their clocks forward. Why don't you do it, you obnoxious pig, you? Because I just said no. I don't have to move my clocks forward in my home if I don't want to. If I want to know what the real time is, I look down here on the corner of my computer or on the TV on the Roku or whatever. It's got the time up there, and it's the digital time, whatever it is for my um, area, time zone, etc. Right? But here in the house, it's 11:20, not 12:20. Which it's supposed to be. So I'm still on Central Time Zone, which is Barry and other folks' time. And I think Pearl, I think you're Central Zone too, eh? I'm not sure about Susie. I didn't have to change. Sprung ahead. I refused to change it last fall. There you go. And a friend of mine, he said something like, "Well, what if they changed the time to this time and this was the normal time?" I said, "Then I'd change my clock." But I said, "This back and forth and spring and fall and blah blah blah." It's, to me, it is control, right? We can all go there. Hey, Tracy, good to see you too, Tracy. Honestly, and we got 1 minute, folks. I'm preparing or depairing or unpairing, or wait a minute, am I paired to my device yet? Anyway, in one of them silly moods. It's we got a decent amount of rain today. It tried to storm a little bit, but it's 20 somewhere, my dear friends. So if you do or not to do it is the question. Um, Living on Tulsa time, living on Tulsa time. When we'll get right back to it, living on Tulsa time. Yeah, there was another song earlier. I think it's the early Rolling Stones. We gotta get, no, it ain't Rolling Stones. We gotta get out of this place. If it's the last thing we ever do, we gotta get out of this place. Girl, there's a better life for me and you. Ba, ba. No, that wasn't um, Rolling Stones. Anyway, now I'm trying to like now. All right, now who was the band? It'll come to me maybe, or one of you out there will be kind enough to go. That was, you know, Manford Man. It could have been Manford Man on that, as a matter of fact. But I'm having a yeah, I'm coming. I'm with you, darling. Shovels. I bought a new shovel the other day because yeah, septic tanks they need shoveling once in a while. Ooh, fruity pebbles. Mmm. Saturnian, how are you? Well, life gives us lemons or lemonades depending on on what we decide to choose in life. And knowing that I had, tonight was story time and everything. Um, Tesla time. That's a good one. We should go backwards a little bit. And spin that turbine. You know, or we could go to the Middle East and wear our turbines. Never mind. I'm in a punny mood tonight. I was telling a joke from my dear friend long ago. It was the Animaps about the one of the first puns that I got and understood and have been laughing about since 1970. And it was my dear friend and mentor, Sister Helene from Tampa Catholic. And when I was staying at the gym after I graduated and was homeless and trying to get straightened out, she helped me out. But anyway, so she said, "So how you getting to work?" And I put my thumb out like this. And she looked at me straight face as ever and she goes, "So, thumb ride and thumb don't." And everybody here in the room busted out laughing. And I've been laughing about it for years. But, thumb ride and thumb don't when you're hitchhiking. So, but thank you, Sister Helene, for that, wonderful pun in 1970 that we're still laughing at, and laughing with. But so, anyway, to quote, start to show off with a bang, pop. Um, the idea, though, that the spirit of life, animals, right? Oh, I was supposed to get to the falcon thing, and I did not. Um, I had company, all kinds of company, in and out today. It was nice. It was great, but distracting as well. Not that that's a bad thing, but I kind of sort of forgot what we were talking about because of company, and then getting on with Robert tonight. So, but I remembered because you put the animals down there. Anyway, um, but the spirit of life. Okay. And then I went back up and added the shaman's journey. Well, but it's everybody's journey. I mean, if you were born and if y'all was sitting around listening to this, you obviously were born. You know what I mean? Born in the USA. Okay, never mind. Um, but you're here, right? So we were born in this time, this place, this dimension, this situation we all in. And that there are those who would say that if you believe in the soul contract kind of thing, that we chose to be here at this time. And that I kind of feel like I did agree to some of this. Some of this. I don't think I read the fine print in my soul contract, but that was me. But after all these years of 69 and a half, um, that maybe I did agree to some of this. Now, along in the journey of life, not just mine, but in the journey of life, we have the opportunity, like, so I became an alcoholic and I became a drug abuser, not just a drug user. And through those bad choices, I ended up in jail on probation. I'm a convicted felon, so I can never own a gun. I can never hold jobs because of a drug addiction, 40 years ago, 35, 40 years ago or longer, because I'm 69 and a half. I'm sorry. It's my running joke. But so other people have not made those types of choices that I made. So my journey from my soul contract was, well, this is going to be it. And this is this. But life, not necessarily in the contract, is what I ran into. So my spirit journey for me ended up being addicted, ended up being a drunkard, ended up, going to jail and spending a year and all that time and all that stuff and all the heartache since then. Because no matter what I do, I will always be a felon. Even though I've tried to do good for the last 40 some odd years, I'm still a convicted felon, no matter what. Can I get a gun? Well, if I really tried and all this other stuff, but because I was a drug addict and got arrested, I'm a convicted felon. So there is this mark, this stamp. In a way, it's sort of a mark of the beast because there are certain jobs and titles and things. And somebody says, "You're a felon?" Yeah, whoa, I must have killed somebody. No, I was just trying to have me some fun. John Prine lyrics there. No, I was just smoking weed and trying to grow a little bit, but and I had a drug problem. But so you busted me for having a drug problem because I was trying to sell a little bit to get gas money to come back home on, which is the truth of how I got busted. So it's not like we had huge amounts or contacts or all this other stuff. Like petty drug dealers went to Tampa for the weekend to make a little extra money to take care of some business, see some family, and come back to Georgia. Got busted while we were there. Rotted out, but to the point though. So what was they set sail that day on a 3 hour tour, So I kind of was like Gilligan and the skipper in that, we went on this 3 hour tour and ended up in prison, Gilligan's Island per se. And there was no Marianne, Ginger or Marianne, but anyway, a couple of guys tried to dress that way, just saying, and we're that way, just saying. But so the journey of life, so was my soul contract was that I was going to do this and I was going to live life, but of course it was my choices along the way in my soul contract. Did I have to be an alcoholic? No, that was my choice. Did I have to be a drug addict? No. Did I have to do this or that? The answer is no. So they were my choices, not necessarily my soul contract's choices, you see. So my life has become life and the energy that I put in it and I've lived and that I've met, I will still meet. the experiences of being on the river and all the stuff. It was raining today, and being outside in the rain, and looking at the property with my friends who hadn't seen all the work that's been done here, and sharing that, and just that there's a difference, right? Um, that there's just a difference in the air, and it's life's experiences. There is the spirit of that energy that I have acquired. So it's my life's energies, but it's the energy of my life at the same time. Okay. It's it's my life's energies because I've gone here or there, met people, done things, whatever, good, bad, but I've done them. And, I miss going out and doing puppet shows and things, but it was the energy that I put out and with the people and so forth. But with that, um, I still have that spirit in me. I got the spirit in me. I got the spirit in me. I got the spirit in me. Anyway, in the songy mood tonight for some reason. But anyway, so our life's lessons, whatever they may be, some folks, I'm sure their lives haven't been near as, interesting or um, eventful or nutty and crazy as mine, because I was just a wild and crazy guy back in the day. Hey, Chloe, does anyone here own their body? I feel I do. I don't know about anybody else. It's my body, my choice, and I screwed it up royally. Okay, but somehow um, I wanted to blame my bad choices on karma, or like, you know, you made me come down here and do this. You made me, you made me be a drug addict. You made me be an alcoholic. You made me be a poor man all my life. You made me, you. So, um, I would agree with that, Santoni. At least renting it, yes, absolutely. But see, I do hold the lease. you know, do I own it? Well, because it's sort of like I was talking about before. White man came to America. We were talking about it earlier on with Robert on his show. That white man came to America and wanted to buy New York, and they were like, "Okay, okay, what do you mean? Buy, own, title, what?" Because native folk just believe that the earth belongs to all of us, and we work out these little niches here and there. Here's my 20 acres, I'm gonna stake a claim. But then the white man came over and said, "Well, wait a minute, we've got these pegs in the ground, bang, 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 bang. Here's where we're gonna build the fort. Now we own this." "Oh, really?" says the Indian. "It's my party and I cry if I want to." But anyway, so the natives are looking at it going, "What the hell's wrong with these people?" They pound posts in the ground, right? And they stake a claim. They give the chief a bunch of beads and go, "We own New York now. Thank you. Thank you very much." And the natives are going, "Huh? What's up with these people?" So native peoples never saw the necessity of owning land. They just lived on it, used it, whatever, and tried to live with the land in most of the cases. So this idea of the spirit of things. So native people's spirit of life, because they didn't have to own anything, Mother Earth. You can't own Mother Earth. So, but to the point of the body, I know that I don't own this 18 acres I live on. I'm renting it for as long as I'm alive, and as long as I have the title to the property as per law, etc. So, but I know in my heart I don't own this because I can't take it with me when I go. Somebody else is going to get it, rent it, live on it, do whatever, right? So, and 1,000 years from now, somebody else or nobody else, depending, will own it, use it, whatever, but it'll still be here. The river will still be back there. It might not look anywhere in 1,000 years. No telling what it might look like. The ocean might be in my backyard. Um, Especially living on a riverbed that the Ochlockonee Bay could back up from the Gulf of Mexico and come up a couple 100 feet, and it would be in my backyard, and a lot of other people's too. But I got boats. So, but anyway, I got boats. Boats for floating. Never mind. I got chains, chains around my feet. I got stripes, stripes around my shoulders. And these chains, uh, my body, my choice until the government tells me I have to do something or lose my job. Exactly, Tracy. And they're trying some underhanded stuff, okay? And I honestly don't know if they said, look, if you want to have a bank account, you're going to have to look in this little deal and get a little print, and you're going to have to give her thumbprint, and you're going to have to, yeah, dust in the wind. There you go. Chain, 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 chain of fools. Was that it, Saturnian? Did I get it? This is my car. I'm going to bury it before I leave it. But so I don't know what these crazy people are going to do. I know they forced me to have a social security number. I know they forced me to do this. When I was 13, they took social security taxes out on me when I had this part-time job at the 99 restaurant in Tampa for 75 cents an hour. Had to get a special work permit to be the dishwasher in the kitchen, and did so well they promoted me to busboy with tips. you know but at 13, that was a hell of a deal, right? 14 years old. So, but anyway, and it was right down the road. My mother forcing me into work, get a job. um okay, so I've always did my best to earn a living. Earn a living. Hey, Ernest, are you living yet? But the way things are kind of rolling around here lately, I kind of scratch my head in wonderment and go, what's going on? And is there are these other things that have kind of been like, nah, I don't know, really may become possibilities, right? Now, it's the energy we put towards them. It's the energy, the life energy that we use ourselves to believe it, understand it, get freaked out by it, don't give a shit about it. So, whatever it is, our reaction to current event and things becomes our life energy. So, all these people freaking out about the Ukraine and all, and I have still been pointing out to people, listen, just go out and do a Google search or whatever. DuckDuckGo may not be so reliable, but do a search out there, and don't just look at one or two, but check several. And I was relating this to some folks today, and I said, the thing about Russia being all the reason for the oil crisis here, and that 6.6% of the imported Russian oil, it's 6.6% of the imported oil not of the total amount of our usage or the total amount of the Americans. And we were doing a little computation. And it was like the amount of oil that we get per year from Russia would be the equivalent of the entire United States usage of oil for guess what? One day. One day of oil usage is what Russia gives to us in a year, basically. That's what it boils down to. So it's like, so that's the cause of all our problems. That's the cause for the heartache. And we're all going to die because Putin's going to push the button and nuke us all. And that this is going to happen. And I just want to go, are you serious? You're really buying into this? You're allowing your life's energy to be subjugated, sublimated, and otherwise hijacked to put you into this chaotic, neurotic, oligarchic state of mind. When, if you honestly look for the facts yourself, you'll go, well, wait a minute. What they're telling me isn't numerically possible. Something's up. Somebody's lying to me. But when the reports came out 2 years ago as to how much oil we get from Russia and what the percentage and et cetera, you go, wait a minute. Did somehow something happen in the last year that all of a sudden Russia is, if we don't have their oil or whatever in the embargo, we're all going to die because no, the answer is no, because it only went up a little bit, if it went up at all. So fear mongering affects our spirit. And if our spirit is affected, we feel depressed or this or that, then our life's energy has been affected. And our life, and in and of itself, then has been affected. So it's like, so in watching rulership of us, it's rulership of us through this nonsense. And the rulership is like, because you're always in some kind of panic or chaos or some other kind of frame of mind, that you are not truly in your own life's spirit, your spiritual life of just yourself, having nothing to do with religion or God or none of it. Okay. It's you and your energy, which is your own spirit, right? You could say soul or whatever, but I'm just saying your overall spirit, you know. Um, I ain't a city slicker, I'm a swamp billy. I'm a hermit. I'm a I'm a hermit. I'm a hermit. So that's wonderful. But not everybody's a hermit. There are people who live in the city. There are people who live in other countries. There are people, who live at higher elevations. There are people who hate the swamp. Stuff, right? It's okay because we need different people with different life's energies to make this planet work. But when people try to keep us from being ourselves by throwing all the chaos at us, okay? So if you don't have control, and I pulled the armadillo card earlier on Robert's channel, and the armadillo card is look, listen, you've got the armor, okay? So believe that you're protected, but at the same time, don't buy into the mess. You know, use your armor, slings and arrows. What was it? Oh, the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. Shakespeare or something. I can't remember where, but so the king that's leering, maybe, who knows? So if you accept the fact that they rule over us, then you are subjugated. Now, when I was in jail, I was a prisoner. Now, there are a lot of folks who consider this planet to be a prison planet. Okay, if it's a prison planet and I can't get off of it, well, while I'm on it, I'm going to have fun. And as a prisoner, even in lockup, we found ways and we found ways to have fun playing cards, doing little this or that. So we had a little black and white TV stuck in the corner of the stock room, and we could watch certain programs where other in other place, other cells or whatever, there was only one channel, and if you didn't like it, it was tough shit. The name of Robert's channel is Milky Way Soul Tribe. Tracy. So, when in Rome, do as the Romans. Okay, but does that mean you have to like going and watching the Christians getting eaten by lions? Well, you live in Rome. Do you have to go to the Colosseum? Is somebody holding you by gunpoint? I'm sorry, by sword point? But and see, for many of us, we know we've been here before. For whatever we were, we've been here before. I know I have, and it seems like it just gets more like, yeah, you have, Hawkeye. Yeah, you have, Dave. You've been here before. And maybe now at my old age, I'm really starting to realize that why I'm remembering some of the past lives, certain events, are not to say, wow, I used to be a swordsman back in the day. Wow, I fought as a crusader, or I did a whatever. It's the fact that, holy crap, I've had a very full and eventual long life's journey, long life spiritual event. So if in my heart I truly feel I was in some kind of medieval crusade, something, 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 because of how well I know sword fighting without having ever had a lesson in sword fighting, um, I my conclusion has been, well, okay, so it absolutely is a previous life experience. Holy crap, I was a sword fighter in a previous life. I wasn't King Arthur or something. Holy crap, I was a sword fighter in a previous life. Wow. Oh, wow. So I might have been defending the crown or the queen or whoever, or. So my realization is, so what does this knowledge mean? Holy crap, I've been on many adventures in my um, total life's history, not just this round, right? But in other lives, sword sword fighting. I've talked about how I shot a fox twice, the same fox, different arrows, but same bow on the run, and it just twang hit him. I'm not supposed to know how to do that because they've never had lessons. But it's old memories, and I just kind of take it for granted. But it's like, I got a better aim than people who practice all the time, and it's uh, um I it scares me sometimes in that, how do I know how to do this? So I mean so good with no practice, and I'm like really close to the bullseye. Haven't shot an arrow in a year, and I get like this close just by going twang. Oh wow! So somewhere that knowledge in me, as just as an example, would just straight little bow and arrow stuff. But other people have previous lives, accumulated knowledge, if they just let it come on out. And that is the total life's spirit. So if you would tap into your higher self, your Akashic record, your how, angel spirit, however you want to look at it, if you tap into that, stop worrying about everybody else's, okay, and where they are in the grand scheme of things. Honestly, not being selfish or rude. It ain't none of your business. What's more important, especially now in these times, what's more important is to keep to you, not keep to yourself, but quit worrying about everybody else's journey and really pay attention to yours. You know, so not trying to be selfish to myself, but I'm here to do, to have a chat with you. So I want to share my spiritual journey because that's my shaman journey. Not everybody has a shaman kind of journey, right? But you damn sure have a shaman's journey in that in your lifetime, you want to acquire as much good energy as you can. You want to learn what you can this time around. And with a little bit of luck, you remember who you used to be and what you used to be. Now, in one of my previous life, I was a real class A, double headed dickhead. Okay, I've looked for other words. Holy mackerel! I was really a mean, bad, wicked, bad, nasty. And I know this time around, being here on the property and so forth, there were coliseums in Turkey. They had slide door animal releases. Crap. Yeah, so this isn't trying to be, well, make the best where you are and all that. That is true. And Tracy, we should make the best of where we are in the moment. And the thing is that in this day and time with empty shelves and things in American stuff and bitcoins and this coin and resets and we're all going to die sets and Armageddon is around the corner sets and yeah, okay. And we're being invaded by aliens, by the way. Can't forget that. Mars attacks. Nyek, 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 nyek. But I'm sorry. Mark, incoming message from the big giant head. Third rock from the sun. Harry. So, but here's the thing. What can we do individually? I ain't setting my clock forward. That's my little, I'm screaming at the universe. I refuse to set my clock forward because in my tiny little way, I'm not conforming, you know. Thank you. Nyuk, nyuk, nyuk. I've been the shaman and the student. The shaman is a student, if you understand it right. But to the point, though, that so the energy that I acquired when I was in jail was shitty, right? But the knowledge that I acquired while I was in jail is still doing me good to this day. So was the situation crappy? Thank you. That was the other one too, Saturnian, Nanu Nanu. And I couldn't think of it, but yeah, Robin Williams. So, but with all of this said, done, and etc., so the energy of being around family and friends, we all have guardian angels, Tracy, but good that you recognize that you have one. And I mean that positively. So we go to a party with family and friends, or have a little bit of drink, and maybe a little something to smoke. Or I've been to parties where I didn't do either one, and had a lot of time. I had a wonderful time, and and so the energy that you have, and the hugs, and the thing, and man, your spirit really feels great. And you know what I mean. Now you go to a funeral, sob, cry. Um, that's not so great, right? So we go from the party and graduation or a birthday or just friends getting together having a good time. The idea, Bob, thank you, Barry, Bob. Hey, Bob, and Bob. Oh, and the other Bob. Anyway, um, Ricky, don't lose that number. Anyway, 886754099. The name of my angel. Never mind. He's a convict and got a number instead of a name. But anyway, so our life's energy. So if we accumulate good experiences, and I don't necessarily mean by being rich and famous that look at my wonderful house and look at this wonderful experience. No, I mean, honest to God, truly spiritual things connected to the universe and those things which make us feel good. Now, if you're rich and famous and can go to Monte Carlo and stand and watch the sunset, now that moment that you're watching the sunset might be a very spiritual moment. I ain't going to deny that. But having riches and being famous or whatever, but the experience of the sunset by a person absolutely has something to do with the spirit. They feel good inside, and so forth. So, but that's sort of what I mean in that respect. So everybody can have a sunset moment watching this or a sunrise. So, and feel elated and feel that quote spiritual energy because it does something, invigorates us or stimulates thought or good feelings or bad feelings. So, it's stimulating to our aura, our spirit, right? Just to stay on one word, it can get complicated, and um, but just for the, you know, it is the spirit of us. So now it's us to determine whether or not we want to remember something from a previous life. Like now, where am I going to use sword fighting in this day and age? Well, I did so on stage in the premiere of the Vikings and had a great time. It was fun and the show went over well and all that good stuff. And it was a great life experience for me to do the premiere of that show, etc. So, but that's about as far as it went, right? I'm not out sword fighting anybody. I'm not out, trying to do any kind of competition or anything like that. Right, exactly. That's why I said sunrise after saying sunset. But you're right, Tracy. I absolutely agree. So, where do we derive the energy now that makes us us? Now, I've got distant relatives who are way into video games. I mean, they are into them, Jack. Okay. I mean, just on the couch doing it. I mean, just all the time. Um, and I have a hard time watching or doing any video game. Death and re-death. That's a good one. Thank you, Saturnian. Be safe, okay? And keep the faith. And as many folks are saying, and I agree, believe, believe, believe. Don't give that up. God gave me life and the will to see my end. Yeah, my spirit, they've kind of showed they showed my rear end to me several times that I was a horse's ass. But yeah, I've met my end a couple of times. But then I think they've grabbed me by the scruff of the neck and said, "Listen here, you dumbass." you know. I mean, when it first came out on Commodore 64s and I was playing Frogger, you couldn't get me off the damn thing. But over the years, now I've had a couple of head bangs. over them years. But it's the flashing lights and the things and stuff. Now, the video game I like to play is Mahjong. I like to play against the computer, but that's not like a bang bang shoot 'em up kind of video game, you know. But as far as this hunt and search and all this, yeah, it ain't my time yet neither. But so I don't know what tomorrow's going to bring or the next day or the next 10 minutes, you know. But I know that whatever I do, it's my choice to feel good or bad about it. It rained today and kind of ruined my plans for a couple of things, but we needed the rain a little bit. My friends came and we did a couple of things anyway, so it wasn't a total wash. So thank you for the rain. Thank you that there wasn't any bad weather, which we were in with springtime and the temperature changes in the atmosphere and moisture and out of the Gulf and stuff for us down here. It ain't hard to get some really strong thunderstorms and or tornadoes and hail, right? So, but a lot of places had warnings today, not just us. But I'm thankful that it didn't get like that. So a lot of things to be thankful for versus damn it rained and ruined my plans. Well. So if that's all you're going to dwell on is damn it rained and ruined my plans. Well, there were other things we did and just saying. So how do you want your energy to be? That damn it rained, it rained today and ruined my plans. Okay. So you're going to wear that grumpy face tomorrow too? Well, it rained yesterday and ruined my plans. All right. And now what about Thursday? Well, it rained Tuesday and ruined my plans. Friday comes along. Damn it, it rained Tuesday and ruined my plans. Okay. I used to do it. I know friends who used to do it. Maybe they still do. I found out that I was doing it and said, this is stupid. Quit doing this. So there are energies that are actually being forced upon us because of news and people's reactions. Everybody's talking about the Ukraine. Everybody, in some way, shape, or fashion. You heard about Russia invasion. You heard about this. You heard about that. The Ukraine this, the Ukraine that. The whole United States, at least, is talking about the Ukraine. Now, poor Putin, whether he's doing the right thing or not, the amount of people that are talking about him, his ears must be melting off. The flesh is just dripping from, getting an earful from the world, right? So I choose not to give, you know, um, Danielle a shot at, getting his ear chewed off. Great day to ride electric dirt bike. Little mud on the tires. Ooh, that'd be fun. Um, and the river's coming up, so I want to get the canoe and or the kayak in soon. I bet I'm with you on that one. But anyway, so um, the soul energy, all these people thinking about the Ukraine, all these people thinking about Russia, Putin, all of this energy, you see. Now, because I just mentioned it, I'm kind of part of that energy because I mentioned it. But the folks who are wrapped up in it, who are watching the news hours and hours and hours on end, the war in the Ukraine and the right. So, what's their energy like? What is their How do they look at life right now? Oh, the Ukraine and Russia, we're going to get nuked. We're all going to die. We're all going to. So, what may have been a smiley disposition on someone has now turned that disposition into a Russia hating Ukraine's being third world war, and we're all going to be nuked. Okay, in a nutshell. But there are folks who are buying into it, lock, stock, and barrel, and there are other folks like me that are going, leave them alone, then they'll come home wagging their tails behind them. Behind them, I said. They do not wag them in front. Uh, there you go. Catch that one. Little Bo Peep has lost her sheep and doesn't know where to find them. Well, if they're lost, of course she wouldn't know where to find them. But leave them alone. Leave them, they, the sheep, alone, and they will come home wagging their tails behind them. Behind them? Pay tell would they wag them in front? That's an old recording on a 45 years ago. It's in the book. But anyway, so right, I can't do it either, Tracy. But there are people, and listening. Well, so how's your mom and dad? Well, mom sits around all the time, or dad sits around, all he does is watch the news and bitch about CNN. Okay, and he hates Trump and he hates Putin and he hates Biden too. I don't know what the hell he likes, but he's just grumpy about every freaking thing. So what's his life story like? What's his spirit like? Grumpy and angry and hateful. Um, Happy Little Sheep, yeah. Um, it was a recording years ago called It's in the Book. And I was trying to sound like the guy that did the recording. Close, but quite no pickle. But anyway, he spoke like this, ladies and gentlemen, you know, greetings to you. And he had that little stutter. But anyway, I laughed back then and I still laugh. But anyway, so the life situation. So, for me, I'm always looking for something. Hey, lady Spitfire, ain't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing okay. My exclamation point button doesn't work. It's a 1-1-1-1 situation. Anyway, it's an old beer commercial. No, it ain't. I'm making this up. Um, so I'm early on the draw, late on the draw. It's 1:08 a.m. here in the morning time. Here on Swamp Billy Radio. So the shaman thing. The shaman thing is nothing more than our spiritual journey. It's not some special, well, I'm gonna, it can be. It depends on who the person is. I mean, I keep saying I would love to learn how to walk through that wall just so I could say I could do it. None of the top, it sucks. Smoking time. Take your lighter and light your bowl. It's time to puff and puff. Um, smoke, smoke the hole in the bowl. Anyway, never mind. But so the other card I picked tonight on Robert's channel was the hummingbird, joy. So there's a lot of people that just have no joy in their life. All of the other things and all of, we're all going to die again. Oh, Jesus Christ. But I got to say, there are so many things that are set up that in my lifetime, 69 and a half years, I have not seen this setup before with shelves empty and this, that, and that. Now, a lot of this is they made it up. This idea that gas needs to be $4 a gallon is just plain bullshit. A lot of other folks are reading it, seeing it, going, there ain't no reason for this. And if I could get my hands around your nappy little throat, I'd choke the living shit out of you because, it ain't Russia. But anyway, so I heard somebody say that the other, and your nappy little neck and I choke the living shit out of you, you scrawny little bastard, you. Um, but I get it because there really isn't a reason. They just saw the opportunity because, well, maybe we can create dissent at home. Well, if we double the price of gasoline while this other thing's going on in this one little section on the planet. World War III is here. We're all going to die. And now, of course, gas has doubled and people, okay, so now people are really pissed. They were just, a little aggravated before. No, come on, let's throw some white lightning on that fire. Let's see that bitch burst into flame. So we went from slightly annoyed to severely pissed off. I can see where, yes, do we have a right to be pissed off about what these idiots have done? Yes. I'm having a partial hysterectomy in the near future. Now I get gutted out like a deer. But if it saves your life, please don't look at it that way. There are children out there who don't really have a mother that would love to have you. Right, Lady Spitfire. I have a good friend of mine who's in her 20s. And because of pain and blood and the drill, she had to have a full hysterectomy just within the last 6 weeks, I think, or maybe even a month, but it's been very recent. Young lady has had internal problems on and off for quite most of her life since I go. I don't want to say too much because in a way, it's TMI, too much information. But I do know someone that very young that just had to go through that, and she is better now from that situation. But any chances of kids or anything like that? But she looked at me and we had a conversation, and she was like, "Uncle Dave, I just can't take it anymore." And I said, "I know." She goes, "I can adopt kids. My sister has her children and I can love them." And I was like, "I know you're a brave girl." But she said, "I'm tired of hurting, you know." Yeah, well, you've got 3 kids. She has none. But to the point, though, when it gets to the point of the pain, and that's enough. My adopted mother went through that. She had a lot of troubles. Hysterectomy, then it was cancer, then it was this, and they ended up taking all kinds of stuff out of her before she finally succumbed to the cancer. But there wasn't a whole lot left inside her to take out. Um, but anyway, so I have, adopted mother and relatives who've gone through that. And I've not had it myself, but been very close to it. And I, I really feel for you ladies. I really do. So whatever's going on, the best wishes, and honestly, I hope the outcome is the best for you. But anyway, sometimes you got to do them things that is like, well, okay, he's trying to leave them for you. He's doing it so we don't go right into menopause. I'm sure the doctor has good intentions. So in this, whoop, it's 1:15. I'm early again. You're all right, Lady Spitfire. We love you. Yeah, right. Exactly right, Susie Q. When they took that out from Bessie, when they took that out from, because that was the issue from both of them. They were bleeding all the time, and they had to take it out so they quit bleeding. So I hope that that helps. Unless you're different, Lady Spitfire, but we won't go into that. But I will pray for you and hope for the best outcome. And please don't look at it as being gutted, because if you're bleeding all the time and whatever's happening, the ladies that I've known who did not have that taken care of died of cancer, uterine cancer, and some other horrible things. But those who had the operation lived longer and were not in pain and discomfort all the time. So please don't look at it as being gutted. They're saving your life and possibly extending your life for quite a bit. And so when we use terms like they're going to gut me, then that's just inhumane for yourself. Do you realize what you're describing for you? And I've been cut open, pieced together. So, one could say I feel gutted. Uh, Good. But please refrain from using I'm being gutted. Pretty please. For me, please. Well, for you, I'm pretty please for me because I want it for you. But so anyway, it's 1:17, so y'all get ready. But so you understand why, right? It's just the wrong phraseology. They're gonna open me up and take the bad parts out, so I'll be doing better. It means gutting, but it's a lot nicer. You know what I mean? If you got to describe it. But I love you, and please get well. But so that for Lady Spitfire, see her pain, suffering, like my friend and adopted mother, and all these other people that I've known who have suffered with these same types of similar, at least, female issues, which is to me, I don't know, but I've had male kinds of issues with, I can't think of the thing right now, but it's very painful, very, 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 very painful. Very painful. You don't walk around. Guys, don't walk around when you have this. Um, there is no bleeding involved, but man, you feel like you're being crushed to death with the jaws of life on it, on very, testicular parts of your body. Okay. Well, I'll leave it at that. And I still wish I could think of the name of that thing, common only to men. But um, what these things do to us, like for me when I was dealing with head concussions and neck operations, and it cuts our energy, it cuts into our aura, and it cuts into our energy. Oh, now you're embarrassed because Alex is here, huh? Oh, I see. Can I pick on you for a minute? But no, it's 20. It's official. So for those of us I've had quite a few surgeries in my lifetime already, but nothing internally on any organs. Okay. I've had broken ribs. I've had my leg operated on. Let's see, one, two, three times. Um, been a cast for 13 months the second time. Um, three neck operations. I'm missing the iliac crest bones on off the top of both hips. So I've been cut on. I've, had this finger almost cut off and microsurgery done to the tendon. I've had two or three fingers on this hand that almost got cut off, and I had bandage for weeks. Uh, I've had my share of that kind of stuff. Fish hooks in my eye that I cut out myself. So those are these painful things that we endure. Um, and for some people, it kills them. But the idea, though, that when you survive something like that, it strengthens in your spirit that, son of a bitch, I've had three operations on my neck, but I'm over it now and I'm here and I survived. And there's the trauma of the events and the surgeries. But when I went through them, I went into them with, they're going to fix me, they're going to take away the pain, and I'm going to use all of my internal energy. And before there was Bob on the internet, I was thinking Bob the Builder, and I had there's a crew of workmen inside my body, and my neck needed operated on, and it needed to heal there. So in my meditation, I would visualize all these little guys in there coming from all different parts of my body to go up here and fix my neck. They're spackling, and in a cartoon sort of way, I'm because I'm stuck in a neck brace and can't do anything. I'm doing a lot of visualization of these tiny little beings inside my body fixing my bones, right? So, and up to a point, it worked, but the doctor should have used a little bit bigger piece of bone. I mean, it was just like, you could have used it. You cut me open and sawed my hip up. You could have took a little bit more to make sure my neck was going to be okay. To make, the tiny little piece of bone. Well, I didn't want to cut your hip up. You cut it up anyway, but by not cutting enough off my hip, to have enough to make a good solid joint seal here, you gave me the shitty piece of bone out of me. and um and now it won't heal right. Well, my buddies have been steady at work going in and repairing, and I gotta say that after all these years, you know the fact that I can turn my neck like this at all, having had three vertebrae, uh you know um spackled together by my gang inside, uh, as I visualize it. But that I can't complain. I still have a lot of pain and neuro kind of stuff associated with my neck, and but I'm doing just as good as I was several years ago, in a way, if not a little better, because I'm 5 years older and I'm still doing as good as I was 5 years ago. You know what I mean? So I haven't really um, gone backwards. What's that got to do with our energy? Because at 69 and a half and seeing all these other people, my neighbors and all, who we're all about the same age, literally within a couple of months of each other. We're all baby boomers born in 52. Just interesting in and of itself. Not that we're related or whatever, but we've been neighbors for 40 years since I've been here. That's interesting. But that all of us, I think, simply because we have lived here for 40 years and we're all about the same age, I don't know. There's just my neighbor looked at me the other day and he was like, um, "Wow, he says we're all about the same age and we're all and there was just sort of this I don't know. It was this weird psychic thing, and I was watching it with this neighbor, and I watched it in the eyes of this neighbor and his wife, and I was like, "There's something different with these people." But the difference is somehow they're seeing how more alike we are versus different. And I'm still trying to figure it out. It's a good thing. It's strange. It's a strange thing, observation. But so that has to do, guess what, with our spirit's life energy. Because being the same age, having lived in the same general area, having survived hurricanes and tornadoes and stuff, life in general, and that we're still here. And so we're there's for me, I've already realized it, but I was noticing in them, it's almost like here in the chat room, it's almost like they realized that they're members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. You know, wait a minute, we're all members of the League. Yeah, right. Did you just catch on? Actually, I did just realize that we're all members of the League of Like-Minded Beings. Holy crap! Having nothing to do with religion or any certain belief systems, but the fact that we made it, you know, neighbor over here 70, this one's already turned 70, and I'll be 70. So within a few months, we've all had lived through the Cuban Missile Crisis. We've all lived through, um, the racial wars and et cetera. Martin Luther King, John Kennedy, RFK, all of the stuff. We've lived through it all and seen all of that. And now we're 70 years old. And just the fact that we made it, the fact that we're here. And I noticed it in them more than so forth in me. But my neighbor offered me, said, um, if I shoot a deer and it runs onto your property, can I go get it? And I said, of course you can. And I said, likewise with me, but I don't hunt. And he goes, of course. He gave me permission to walk the property and go down on the river. I told him that because where I'm sitting right now, I mean, I can see the lights of their barn sitting here up the hill, right? And I said, we're always, me and Doug are always keeping an eye on your place. And I said, just know that if something looked fishy or something, I'd notify somebody. And he was like, well, if you ever need anything delivered and UPS won't go down your driveway, just have it delivered up to the house. It's okay. Now, we ain't talked 5 minutes in the last 40 years with this neighbor. Not that there hadn't been opportunity, but they live on top of the hill and I live at the bottom of the hill. Okay. And so, and they burn their property and it's all mowed nice and they have big equipment and the pond's all pretty. And I've left my place, just go to nature as an observation and of this, but I've got all these wild blueberries and mulberry tree and this tree and that a tree and all they got's a big burnt field. Hey, Alex, how are you? We're still here for a reason, right? But I mean, I understand it, but my neighbors, because I'm the hippie of a country, not necessarily redneck, but I'm a hippie in redneck country. Okay. I mean, really? And these folks have tolerated me over the years with my hippie ideas and my hippie house with the, the passive solar made out of old barn, and the guy that lives down the hill that got busted with the helicopter for growing marijuana. I'm still here, and but because I was the hippie dude in this little, you know, fairly conservative little neighborhood, that they're seeing me more as an equal than as the outsider. And I ain't done nothing, you know, for my neighbor to say, well, if I kill a deer, how about I give you some? And I was like, okay. Well, and I never asked this guy or suggested that I needed anything from my neighbor, or that maybe, if you shoot a deer, you could share it with me. No, he offered all on his own volition. Well, if I shoot a deer down here, uh, is it all right if I give you some? Like, oh, yeah, I like venison. So, okay, if I shoot one, I'll bring you some of it. Like, okay, thank you very much. So now I have extra permission to walk his 25 acres without getting hollered at or screamed at or shot at. Nice pond over here. I can take my rod and reel over there, and whether there's any fish or not, I can go play. And I can go walk along the river, and he ain't gonna bitch at me. So because he knows all I'm gonna really do is just walk around. So I'm not a threat. And if anything, it's better for me to be walking around, kind of sort of keeping an eye on the place. Which I told him, I said, whether you like it or not, simply because your place is out my window, me and Doug are always keeping an eye on it. So he was like, well, that's a good thing, blah, blah. So anyway, now there's 300 acres across the road and up the river from us that I have permission to walk on that too. So not only 25 more acres, my neighbor in the river, but 300 acres on the other side of the river, upriver from us, and all of the bank along there. And the fact that they just opened up about 100 or so acres of clear cut pine. So, I mean, it's way open, look down the hill. And, but it's the fact that nobody's been along that creek bank. And so, but he's like, yeah, you can go over there, and if anybody says anything, you just tell them you're with me, and they won't say anything. And he goes, but I doubt anybody will bother you because the two German guys that own the place don't live there, and blah 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 blah. But so without asking it, he wants to give me a deer if he shoots it or gets a deer, and I now have 325 acres of property to go roam around. Me and Doug are taking walks. And now, which also gives me 300 acres north of here on the same river, but in totally different terrain. So it's like, what? It opened up I ain't done nothing except talk to this neighbor who we barely had conversation with for 40 years. You never know from minute to minute what the hell is going to happen or how somebody's going to change their mind without you. Maybe the fact that I'm still here for after 40 years of whatever all of us have gone through was just like, that's enough. Like, hey, you're really my neighbor now. I accept you. You and your long hair hippiedom. You're still a good guy. You ain't hurt nobody in the neighborhood. And it's sort of like, so I'll bring you some beer. Okay. And by the way, you can go, look for arrowheads on that other piece of property. Okay. So my point to that is that for me in my shaman's journey, the only thing I could do for my neighbors, I guess, or to my neighbors, was to just be a good me. And after all these years, without asking for anything, they've come around in ways that are shocking, surprising, and wonderfully welcome. But I got to say, I'm like, what? Where'd this stuff come from? They're not asking for nothing, or that's genuinely, they're being genuinely nice people. They're being neighborly. They're, and thank you. But at the same time, it is very surprising after all these years for this behavioral change. But spiritually, for me, I think it's because I've stuck to my being, despite if they like my hippie ways. I've never tried to do any of them harm. I've extended help any way that I could help, which has been limited, but I've still offered. I've not caused any of them any trouble. I think some of them secretly were smoking weed, and then they were sad to see me get busted with the helicopter. Um, Nobody ever picked on me here in the neighborhood, and they could have. Next door neighbor shot a wolf that belonged to my shaman Indian friend, and there was some animosity there, but they hated Indians. But they don't know I'm good part of me's Indian too down the line. We'll leave that alone. But after all this, somehow I'm now accepted, without doing anything. But spiritually, I'm just trying to be the best me I can be, you know, to be tuned in with the neighborhood, with the neighborhood, with the all the blueberry bushes, and I dug up some fruit trees on the property line that I forgot to transplant. But it rained today. They're in a bucket. They'll be okay till tomorrow. And it's a good thing because it wet the land good. So when I do go to plant them, they'll be in good moist soil. So, but anyway, I picked four of these small fruit trees that are about yay tall. And the way they've been growing here, they'll be in 2 years, I'll have fruit on them. So it's like all the land clearing, y'all ain't seen the pictures yet, but all the land clearing and everything we did. And now I've got four, and there are a whole lot more trees over here on the property line that need to be moved and spread out. But just these four trees alone, when I spread them out in a couple of years, I'm going to have a small orchard. I've noticed something just before a lot of rain comes in, the roads damp looking hours before the first drop. Well, Appalachian, I'm bracing for a sinkhole. Holy crap, that's bad. Taking 1,000 acres of woods around here in the past 4 years. Yeah. Well, we have sustain, sus, say that 3 times in a row. Sustainable forestry down here. There's planted pine, and they're the local sawmills. But I mean, I gotta say, over the years, because when I bought this place, the pine trees were sold. So 2 years after I bought it, the contract was up and they came in and got the trees. And it looked horrible when they got done. I was today when we walked down in the woods, I was showing them scars from 35-ish years ago that are still visible in the woods. And where I've got my circle down there, I said, see where these trees are still sort of in a circular pattern here? No other tree is grown in here, but this is where they dragged the pine trees from the northern property. My friends Sheila and Ricky over there, they didn't own it at the time, but they took the pine trees off of there, drug it through a sluice area, and then loaded them onto the semis back here in the circle. And I swore to the land after they took all the trees out, I made that little fire and I swore to the land that as long as I was alive, or my ancestors, that this would not happen again. Now, what happens that far down the line, don't know, but as long as I was alive, I was not going to do that. And this circle where the trees were was going to be my testament. That was my promise, right? So after all these years now, and when I just recently burned it, You can already see where there's some green coming back up. And now with the rain we just had, that'll stimulate some more growth. So what looks charcoal and nasty as hell right now, but it's clear. It's nice and open, and it looks nice. You can see the lay of the land and so forth. So and it didn't burn at all. Still lots more, but that which went up because of how it went up, needed to burn. Because if it would have been summertime and that hot of a fire could have absolutely come up the hill some more and got close to the house, not necessarily burn it, but it would have come right up here to where the chicken pen is and everything because it got really close this time. So it stayed away from any of my farm buildings and stuff. But had it been in the middle of summertime and 100 degrees outside where everything was really dry, it could have very seriously done damage. So that's why we burn in the spring, or in the early fall. But also in looking at it, and it might have been um, Robert that suggested that I get some um, seeds off of these pine trees that I've got around here. And I've been looking at the pine cones up at the top of the hill, which are some of these older trees. And in looking at the burned in the backyard, a little bit of forestry here. But I've got these little trees right up by the road that cannot stay there because they're right underneath the power line. So and talking and looking and watching, I was like, I have to dig some of these up and take them out back because where I burned, now I burn about every 2 or 3 years. I try not to let it get too far. Too many pine needles will just, set the place on fire in a heartbeat. And I mean, haul ass, big hot fire. So that, but there aren't any, even in the areas that I haven't burned, like in 4 or 5 years, there are lots of other kind of trees coming up, but there are no pine trees. None. Up on the hill, there's a little forest of pine trees that will end up being cut down one way or the other. So I'm going to go dig some of them up and take them out back and put them in some of this new dirt and let them take over. Because if nature ain't putting new pine trees back there, then by golly, I can. So little oak trees, all other kinds of hardwoods and stuff, but back in the back, no pine trees. Not even open in areas that have never been burned. There are no pine trees coming up. So I can fix that. And as bad as all of those oak trees that fell and that are down close to the river, I mean, it's so bad you literally can't get through the woods. This tree comes across, it's so big you can't crawl over it, you can't get under it. So you try to go around it, and each end's blocked by another tree that's just as big that's blocking your way there. It's really, really bad in certain places down there. They just used to have these great big oak trees that you could just wander around underneath. Anyway, but down it's these great open spaces with no great big oak tree, and maybe I need to tote some of these pine trees down there because some of the ancient trees are down there. One of them got topped off. It's still alive, but it took a beating. Um, so maybe my job is to take some of these up on the hill, dig them up, take them down there, and plant them where the devastation has been. Now, I bring this up because when I bought this property, I saved 10 trees, and several of these monsters are still on the river. Um, and I paid $50 a piece for them. 10 trees, which was $500, to keep them from cutting these 200-year-old trees down and to keep them from getting near the riverbank and destroying the, guess what? Destroying the trees that were taken out by a tornado. Because if they had went to go get these big pine trees, they would have torn down some of the oak trees that are down now. Talk about a weird thing after 40 years. But the pine trees are still there. There's like 6 of them out of 10 left after all these years. One got struck by lightning, another one fell into the river. It wasn't quite as big. But there are a couple of other trees that are almost as old as they are, that are sort of in. When I told them they couldn't go past this line, I bought 10 trees, but there were a few more that almost as old as the ones that are still standing. So there are 15 big pine trees down there. Big pine trees, at least 200 years old. So, but there aren't any youngins. So, which as a caretaker of the earth, I've got trees up here, they're going to be destroyed. Should I use my spiritual shaman, pay attention to the earth, gather up some of what Mother Earth has in one place and go distribute it on Mother Earth to another. So I'm working with the environment versus working against it. Even the controlled burn is working with Mother Nature. It could have been a lightning strike. But thank goodness, human beings have learned that grass fires are necessary for controlled burns for a lot of reasons. It stimulates seed growth of other types of plants. There's for whatever burned on top, you can kick the burnt pine straw, and there's still a layer of unburnt pine straw under what got burnt. There's still an underlayer. So it's we never burnt to the ground. In a lot of places, there's still a level of thatch of pine that's even more compressed that was still wet and did not burn under that which was burned. So you say, oh, look at all that devastation. Yeah, but if you look just under it, we didn't really destroy everything. And it will make the forest better. And like I have said, I'll be able to establish trails and keep them up. So as the grass and the forest and things get green again, I'll be able to know where the trails are, make sure that I can keep up with them with the weed eater otherwise. Hey, Michelle, how are you? Big hug, 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 hugs. So that, and we have made progress with a new trail to the river. So now I have it's still a little pain in the ass. Acorn, pines and acorns come alive from burns. Yeah, now I got a big oak tree right here at the corner of the house. I mean, open the door and you can damn near run into it. It's that close to the house. And it put out a bunch of acorns. So right out here where my tomato plant came up, um, I've got little oak trees that are coming up. Now, I don't have any issues with oak trees in the back as far as not having any, because they're coming up all over the place. I'm actually having to cut some of them down because they're just like, there's too many of you, y'all can't grow this close together. It ain't good for you, et cetera, et cetera. But in places where I've got the pine trees at the top of the hill, when I upload this video that I swore I was going to upload by now, but I've been busy. It I take a walk up the driveway, so you'll be able to see where the azaleas are, and I'll say, "Look, there's a little pine forest right here," kind of thing. So you'll see what I'm talking about when I'm talking about. But my point is that in living with the land, so the my spiritual energy of Mother Nature allows me to see that back here, there are no young pine trees. But over here, there are some. So, in order to keep Mother Earth and the forest in a continual, you know, growth pattern, in other words, we've got, the trees that have been back there that are 35 years old, and some of them for 35 years old, they're really big. Bigger than my neighbor's trees. I've talked about that. And in the videos that I've done, I've showed you like there's my neighbor's trees and here's my trees. See how much bigger they are. And I believe it's the energy of my place versus theirs. And I mean that for a bunch of reasons, where I've danced and prayed and done ceremony here. They've just been slash and burn. Just nothing else grows. I've got bushes where the birds have places to nest. There are the blueberry trees all over the place, so that's food for all kinds of critters and me. And it's good ground cover. It's the use of the land, and they're pine trees. And the pine trees are at least a good let's see, how would I say, 15% bigger to 25% bigger. Some of my trees that came up on their own where that property was planted, there's mine are 25% bigger. And I believe it's because of the undergrowth. Pine trees were made to have things grow under them. And over there where they burn, there's nothing but grass that grows under them. So I think they just don't feel like they have the same purpose in life. For a tree, yes, I absolutely think there's after all these years. So the life energy of the undergrowth of plants that help pine trees get bigger and stronger. Follow me. Just pine trees over there with grass, nothing else. No interaction with birds. There are no vines growing up the trees. There are no bushes underneath or oak trees or cherry trees coming up under the pines because pines are to promote things growing under them. So my life's energy. So the energy of the trees and over here is the same as my life's energies that I have accumulated. As things grow under the trees over here, they're healthier, they're more vibrant, over there, just trees, less vibrant, less energetic. There's not a symbiosis going on. So your energy, your life's energy. So the undergrowth of the pines is the people that you know in your life. They're not necessarily underlings. That's not it. But if you're a pine tree, and so you need these other things to go with you. So, but if you're just a pine tree in a field with a bunch of other pine trees, you look at each other and go, yo, man, pine tree, uh, what's our purpose in life, man? I don't know, man. Our ancestors right on the other side of that fence, man. They got purpose, man. The ancestors, man, pine trees were the was the the basis for the understudy, man. But there ain't no oak trees over here, man. Yeah, I know. There's no oak trees over here, man, either. It's just grass, man. Yeah, it's just grass. We can't even smoke it, man. But look over there. There's blueberry bushes, man. I mean, they even got a mulberry tree over there, man. Can you believe to be that pine tree near that mulberry tree? That look how big and happy he is. So, I walk around and hear the trees yapping with each other, and my brain goes wacko. But in actually watching and looking at the land, and noticing these trees are bigger, understanding the nature of forestry and This prepared forestry is not the same. It may be sustainable and all this stuff, but I'm still believing that they need to let something grow underneath some of these trees as an experiment. At least my experiment on my place has been by accident. So because I have crystals all over the place that are not natural to this area, the fact that I have done drummings in a positive way, that I have done ceremonies here on this land on purpose to stay connect Mother Earth in this. The fact that I do have a fire ring that's still here after all these years. I haven't done a fire back there because I couldn't find the damn thing through the weeds, but it's still there. The circle is of trees is still there. The essence is still there down in the woods. So after all these years of being overgrown or whatever, these things still exist, right? Now, for me, that's like, hmm, trees are down and it's hard to get through and whatever, but the essence of the forest is still there. The spirit of the forest is still there. The spirit of these other trees are still there. My spirit that I've accumulated being here for 40 years is still here in the forest. What's that got to do with our life's journey? Well, because I live in the forest, this has been my choice. For other people, your life's journey has been wherever you go. What have you shared your energy with? Maybe it's a bass boat and you go fishing. Ain't nothing wrong with that. You're a fisherman, you go out, and you've got pictures of the fish and everything. That's absolutely wonderful. You have trophies. You have eaten them, so you've gotten nourishment. Like if you killed a deer, then you've gotten nourishment. You shared the fish dinner with me. Thank you, Jesus. It was great. Um, what grows in clay minerals? Oh, how it grows in clay. Oh, okay. But I mean, around here, it's not conducive. I've done a lot of spelunking in caves and stuff and been, 200 feet at least below the surface, at least, because you climb down a 100-foot rope to get to the base. But anyway, so I've been inside the ground around here and I've seen a lot of formations. Now, I got to say, up towards Albany, where they dug a gravel pit mine, there were different kinds of um, calcite formations. And the calcite does have a crystalline type formation, but they weren't quartz type crystal things. So there are minerals a little further north of us as they get into more limestone and different kinds of things. But right down here, it's more clay and a lot of sand. And the further south you go from here, more clay, even more sand. But Georgia's interesting in that. But anyway, so for your spirit, what have you accumulated? Are you the pine tree that has, you know, had the opportunity to be a natural forest, and that you've had, not necessarily you personally, but that you've been around young people or children or something that you have had an opportunity to nourish in some way? Because young people, when you're older, there's something about it. Have you been a nice person or have you been a grumpy bitter bastard? Like I'm thinking of Catherine that we refused to call our grandmother. um, there are some horrible people, and I was just in the movies till you find out that some of your own family members, should have been in the movies, or maybe they were profiled and put into the movies. Who knows? But that wow, your own Grandmother can be a cruel, heartless, want to sell you to the highest bidder, meaning me. She was going to sell me to through Catholic charity. And my Uncle Arnie and my mother, true mother Dolores, fought to keep me in the family. So, there's integrity there. But see, that's part of my spirit. They fought to keep me inside the Knoll family instead of just being adopted out. They fought to keep me in where their own mother tried to get rid of one of her first grandchildren, meaning me. What? Now, does that really make a whole crap load of sense? Hey, David, how are you? So, so in that, my spirit was damaged at for the first earlier years of my life, being tossed around and turned away in the snow before Christmas by your own grandmother going, go away. We don't want you, but we're hungry and cold. Sorry, I'm a Catholic, but get the fuck out of here. And that's the way she was. So a Catholic who went to church every day turned away her own daughter and grandson 5 days before Christmas with 2 foot of snow on the ground and hungry. There are those people who do that kind of thing now, not to me, but to other folks. So those types of situations still exist in the world, still exist with people. There are the mothers and fathers who have to uh, participate in whatever way. It's 2:02 in the morning time here on Swamp Billy Radio. But so what was very negative in my early spiritual development, even though I agreed for some of this with my soul contract, if you believe in that. So, but what about you? So, was your life easy the first? I hope so. I really do. And I'm not trying to say, oh, please pity me. No, but because what happened, it wasn't up to any of us, but that mean old bitch of a Catherine who claimed to be a Christian Catholic pure woman. She went to church every day to ask forgiveness for her fucked up sins. Okay, sorry. Kind of had to say it that way. So she overcompensated by going to church all the time to wash away her sins because she knew how evil she was. Other people have loving parents, grandparents, siblings. There's always going to be a sibling rivalry somewhere along the line, but that basically they honestly didn't try to murder each other or poison them or whatever, shoot them with a gun. So, life ain't necessarily easy for anybody, no matter their social status or structure. If parents aren't there, or siblings are mean, or you get bullied as a child or whatever, has nothing to do with social structure, standing, or whatever. It has to do with how we react in the world. Pine trees that don't have an understory are, feel left out in the universe because they're not performing. They're alive, but the purpose of being a pine tree is to be take care of the understory of these other kinds of trees and things that require years of shade and development, and now they're not doing anything. So people who just stand, I guess, in the grass and don't really do anything and don't really blossom, they don't have any, whether they're your children or not, they've never worked with younguns, not necessarily itty bitty things, but help out, just volunteer to help out with a volleyball team or a softball team or baseball in the summertime, anything, hockey. wherever you live. But have you worked with anybody younger than you, just to have fun or to be a mentor? If not, then, and you've never had children and you've never experienced anything like that, then you can't talk to a lot of us because we have had children. I've got grandchildren. I've got, you know, cousins and nephews and long term. How much family do you have? Now, I'm not trying to hold that against you, but if you're an only child and you've never shared anything, where there are 9 of us in the family, because, supposed cousins over the years, right? When we were brothers and sisters. But me and my sister Lynn and brother and our extended family, there were, a bunch of us. And so you had to learn to share. And there were give me that as mine kind of deals. And there were, animosities between siblings, and you'd fight for a couple of days and be mad. And then after a week or so, everything just kind of seemed to go away. But there was always a little bit of, spite in there. But that's normal in life, how it happens. Or, sometimes it feels like some people are literally after you. I know I felt that way and then found out later on that some of that was actually true, but for the wrong reasons. I felt they were after me. They wanted to pinch my butt and other things. But so our life experience becomes us. It is us. We've lived it. It has affected our spirit. And in so many words, our life has become our spirit. So our spiritual journey is life, period. Why am I here? It's for the journey of life. Yeah, but I mean, what is my purpose? Well, you can add a bunch of stuff to it, like me doing puppet shows or something. Other people, nope, they've got other things. But there are some folks that love to golf, but they will teach youth golfing or whatever, get free classes or whatever, or there are a lot of different ways to be able to mentor younger folk, especially for folk who've never done any mentoring or don't have any kids or maybe can't relate to their own, then make the effort with somebody else's kids, you know? Well, I don't know. I really don't know how to do this. Well, don't be an obnoxious prick and, with your self centered ego. If you're trying to learn the spirit of life, then you need some of that experience. You need to go over there because it's out of your normal whatever. You need to go over there with them kids and go play basketball with them. You need to go over there, shoot pool with these guys, and you need to go over there, whatever it is, and participate. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't know what to do. Well, I've never had kids or blah, 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 blah. Okay, gang. Then you're not allowing your spirit to grow. Why? Because as pine trees grow, they really need these smaller trees under them to grow bigger and stronger and create a more healthier, productive, all around forest. Ain't that what we want? Right? We want our spirit to be as well rounded and as plentiful from experiences and the energy. I mean, walking across my neighbor's place and walking across my place with all the other birds and stuff and is so much more pleasurable. And it's not because it's my place, it's because there's all this other stuff, you know and the pine trees seem to be happier. Okay, so pine trees are happier. The general overall area over here is happier. I walk around it not because it's mine, but because I like walking in the woods. And because the woods is happier, I'm happier. That makes my spirit happier. That makes my life experience happier. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, crap. I pulled that card earlier. The hummingbird. It's called joy. Oh, wow. So, wait, you mean we're supposed to have fun in life and maybe be happy despite, you know, or maybe we should find joy in our lives? And if you don't have it, maybe it's because you've never worked with younger folks, or maybe you've never mentored even older folks. You've never spread your joy. You've never been a pine tree and allowed other things to grow around you and under you to nurture you and for you to nurture them in whatever way that shows up. So if you're just a pine tree growing out in a field with just nothing but grass and a couple other pine trees, you're not near as happy as pine trees with stuff around them and growing with them, sharing their energy with the pine tree so that the spiritual energy of the combined forest is better than a bunch of standing lonely ass pine trees, quote, in a sustainable forest situation. We as human beings, whether we like it or not, we need contact with other human beings because that's part of the life force exchange. It's part of our sharing. It's part of our learning. It's part of our life's spiritual adventure. When you meet somebody else with their smiles all the time and laughing and giggling, that makes your spirit feel better. When your spirit feels better, you go, that's some bitch. Every time I'm around him, man, I just can't help but laugh. He just makes me feel great. I love hanging out with this crazy some bitch all the time, you know, and maybe they feel the same way about you. But to the point though, when you're with certain people and you're laughing and joking all the time, there's joy in your hearts. Well, but the world is fucking coming to an end, Hawkeye. There's no weed in the fields and the sugar and the coffee's getting and the shells are well, what the we can't have joy in our lives. The world's about to end, right? But so which energy would you rather keep with you for your spirit, for your spiritual experience? Would you rather end this world going, I couldn't find anything fun in the world. There was no joy in my life. Everything was nothing but physically nasty and evil and reptilian. Rothschild kiss my ass, sons of bitches. And now you're dead. you know. Or, wow, man, there is a bunch of creepy people in this world. But I found happiness over here. I went and sat underneath a 250-year-old pine tree and we had a conversation. You know, I have been down rivers and things that are ancient that very few people have ever traveled on. And they're right next door to urban populations. Nobody knows they're there. And too many people are scared shitless to go there, meaning my backyard and the little river, and other places. Woo! All these things that could be explored, and the nature and the spirit of the nature of where you live, and your surroundings, and Mother Earth. And oh, but no, it's too much trouble because it's hot out there, and I need to stay in my air conditioned house. So, well, those skeeters are bad about that time of year. I don't know about that, boy. So now I'm using my camping and the woods and everything, but it's more than that. So it's just my life's example. But forever, if you live in a city, you can still be happy and joyful. You can still be a nature lover and go to the parks or whatever and be honest about it. You live and work in the city, but you love the outdoors. And, so that doesn't mean you're a cop out. But it does mean that you're more of an urban dweller than those of us who live in the country like we do. I don't hate you for you being living in the city. I don't. Um, I, but I will absolutely say that I hope you get into nature enough, and that you don't let the urban environment swallow you up so much that you don't, that you will might lose or will lose your connection to the earth and to the universe. That the only connection you have is with concrete and steel. You know what I mean? Is it time? 4 minutes. So, our spirit, our life's journey, our red road, white roads, religious, whatever. I mean, honestly, because whatever it is, if you're trying to do good and you go along, oh, hey, project, how are you? I don't know. I don't think I said hi. But so, and at any moment we have the opportunity to change it. Like I was a little, well, I don't know if I'm going to a live stream tonight. A lot of visitors and stuff, a lot of things we've been doing around here and working. Um, for some reason, my shoes don't fit me anymore. And I've had to make other arrangements. About a couple other pair. Instead of size 10, they're size 11. How did my feet grow so much? Don't know. But it's been difficult, literally, for me to walk. And I've got a bad spasm spot on my left side on the spine that when you go to take a step, your knee gives out and you're headed for the ground kind of thing. Now, I ain't bitching. I'm just saying that. So the last couple of days, not today, but yesterday and the other, it was really hard to just stand up or to walk a short distance. But I know that if I sit down and I allow it to, you know, stove me up and crush me, it crushes my spirit energy. Okay. So, as bad as I hurt the other day, I grabbed my friend and I said, "Hey, Mikey, we're going to the river." And as much as I hurt and was like, this is probably a bad idea, we cut a little trail and went down to the river, went to the north end of the property, through brush around Bray. I mean, it was a trip. Made it to the southern end of the property and all the way across my neighbor's property to where we were down there on the river. It where it's clear cut. There's nothing there. In fact, he plows it. And the good news is they plant corn and beans and stuff for the wildlife. And on the other end of this field is a deer stand. But at least they do feed them, and um, so we're standing down there on the edge of the river down there, this great big huge wide open field with forest on either side, no lights, no nothing, and the stars and the moon just pop out at you. It is like whoa, it's really cool. And off in the distance you can see the houses up on the hill up here from back yonder, but they don't blind you or anything, so there's no immediate light infiltration. So looking at the stars out there in the open sky. Now, you're not on a hill and there are trees along the horizon, but the basic overall open sky view is magnanimous down there. So now I've been other places where the views are cool, but it's just the fact that you're on the river down deep in the swamp, but there's this one field that's clear cut. So it's like this little tiny piece of land with all the swamp around you. And the fact that if you go a little left or right, the trees are so dense you can't see the stars hardly. And here's this open place that all the stars are visible. So very interesting, but to the point, being 50 feet left or right in the trees, can only see a star or two through the branches versus 50 feet over there and the whole sky is open up. Our spirit depends on that, our life experience. And it's time to puff, puff, pass. So, as much as I don't like how some of the forestry practices are, and about how my neighbor plows up this floodplain back there, and how if it comes a flood, how much topsoil is going to be lost. And but when I'm down there at night and I have this huge field to look up at the sky and the stars, sky and stars, scatars. But anyway, um, to look up at the sky, I kind of just have to go, I'll forgive his evil ways because this is freaking beautiful. I don't want my place clear cut like this, but this is freaking beautiful. Now, to that point though, the big oak trees that were toppled by the tornado during Michael a couple of years ago has opened a really big opening to the sky. Now, I'm in subsequent trips to the river now, having established at least places. Well, if I go this way, I can get around this tree. And if I go around this tree and go down this way, I can get over to here. So it's not easy, but I'm learning to get around these huge monstrosities that have fallen. But because they were great big oak trees, they covered the sky. Now that they're gone, I've not been down there at dark on my place up there where this new hole is. I might have my own big sky kind of place now because the canopy of those oak trees are gone. It's going to be interesting to see because I will be going back down there and making these trails a little more accessible so I can get to these other areas easier without having to try to climb over these huge oak trees. And the other thing is, as I open up the trails, I'm going to take my 16-inch chainsaw down there and cut some holes, notches, whatever, so that I can make travel easier up and down closer to the riverbank and have better access. So all this is in the planning modes, but to the point, he's a weed hoarder. I'm going to have another one. It's 2:24 in the morning time here in Swamp Billy Land on the Little Oclockney River, the Little Oclockney River Hermitage. Welcome, y'all, and blessings to everybody. So the river of life still flows on. So going to the river the other day fulfilled so many little metaphors again in my head. You know, as much as I haven't been to the river, down by the river, down by the banks of the river Charles. Dum dum dum. Da, 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 da. Okay, musical interlude. But so I haven't been to the river in a while. But the river has still flowed. The river still flows on. All the metaphors that go with it. But and I've said before, but some of the logs are missing. The river really looks clean in places. It's like I haven't in my 40 years, I've not seen it like this. But there are certain places. like where the tornado touched down on my place, that it's heart rendering. It's horrible that the destruction, even after these last 3.5 going on 4 years, that there's still this destruction. But I can't focus on that because everything else looks really nice. Bad spot, Lord have mercy. Storm came. It is what it is. I got to move on, honestly. I mean, every time I look at this big, huge tree, we went to the north end of the property and cleared out this spot that was our camp on the north end of the property. And during high water, we could literally pull our canoes right up to this spot and get out and take a break if we were paddling. So things change. To the better or worse, doesn't matter, they're changed. Is there anything I can really do about it? Well, I can get my chainsaw out and cut these logs up into pieces. But basically, no, the trees are down. Can't fix that. But the result of the trees down are going to be more open places. There's going to be more sunlight into areas that have been darker before. So the forest needed it for however much I like or dislike it. Mother Nature sometimes needs these drastic changes so that the forest will continue to grow. So in life, sometimes our life journey, our spiritual growth we got to stub our toe a couple of times, but it doesn't mean because those trees are down and it's hard for me to look out, get around, and because I loved it. Tough shit, Dave. Mother Nature has other plans. Maybe for whatever that I have not been able to see the bigger picture, there's going to be all kinds of whatever stuff now come up in this new open space. Maybe now it's this new place on my property that's not too far from the boat hill or the campsite that I could come from either place if I was like camping out or doing a fire to where there's an open spot that I wouldn't have to go to my neighbors to experience a similar open sky starry event. So maybe in all this, the energy, the spiritual energy, my feeling of loss and sadness may be unfounded in the bigger picture of things. So our spiritual journeys, oh my God, the tree fell, my favorite tree, but maybe it's so that something else will come up. Maybe it's for other reasons we can't see. Does that ruin our life's journey? Well, I've let it for a couple of years about down there in these trees, but it's a real pain. Don't get me wrong, it's a real pain in the ass. You know, there are briar patches and vines and big, huge trees. So it really is difficult to get around. So that part ain't a lie or whatever. But it is my fault that I haven't tried to make a better effort. That part's my fault. The trees were the excuse when I'm a woodsman. I've lived here for 40 years. I should have figured another way around. So a, I let the trees become the scapegoat of my inability to want to work around the trees. Now it hurt my feelings. Every time I saw them, I wanted to cry. But if I really wanted to go to the river, which should have been my goal, I would have found another way to get down there. I would have made a little trail or done something. And I made an excuse. Well, the tree's in the way. I can't get there. Well, it's a little too wet and I don't want to wade. I used to wade through stuff that was waist deep to get to the river. Ain't nothing really changed in that fact, except I've become a chicken shit, you know. So, in a lot of ways, yes, the woods has changed, but the change that happened affected my spirit in ways that I hadn't really been paying attention to. And when I realized that I'm the one that's been the chicken shit, yes, the woods has changed, but It's been me that's keeping me from the river, not all these other things. It's made it difficult and a lot damn harder, but they didn't keep me from the river. I chose to use that as an excuse. So, what's this got to do with life? Sometimes there are obstacles that fall in our way. And yeah, there are obstacles, and yeah, they're in our way, but that doesn't mean there isn't a go around. So, I've been learning this lesson here this last few months, especially since the woods and the fire, and you still haven't seen the video I did about all the big piles of wood and stuff. But anyway, so with all the clearing and the improvement and so forth, for me to have not figured out a workaround, I mean, honestly, for whatever the work, I've always been able to figure out a workaround. I gave up. My energy became corrupted. I allowed the excuse to become part of my spirit. And then having been there and sat on the river, I'm going, I have missed you so much because certain places on the river, even now, after all the devastation in places, they're still really special and spiritual. It's still really cool to watch the river flowing by and being down there, and the owls and the trees and the bushes and the bees and and watching spring come out on a cool evening when we watch the sun go down through the palmettos, and just like so because of a few trees and my bad attitude, I have stopped the good energetic flow from Mother Earth, which we all need in some way, shape, or form for me. And so I've excused myself from achieving more energy from natural earth because I refuse to find a workaround. And I look back on the last couple of years and go, it has been tough. It still is tough, but screw it, man. We've always figured a way around. Why not this time? I don't know, except that the couple of years ago I was closer to what they did in my brain with the grand mal seizures, and so certain things that I used to be able to work around all the time now seemed insurmountable. But y'all know me, and over the years, so what I've been learning is that I've found out that yes, nature has been a real bitch, but I still should have found a workaround because of the beautiful places that weren't affected by the storm, that are still beautiful and actually are even nicer than they were a couple of years ago. I'm like, why haven't I been down here? So in life, if you've got something that you haven't been doing in a while, maybe you should be like playing. For me, playing music. I got my guitars out. I was playing my harmonica. Duggar don't like that, but but bring music back in. I literally blew out my didgeridoo the other night and realized that I actually can still do it, but I still haven't learned how to rebreathe, but I can still do a long, prolonged, home, boom, home, boom with the didgeridoo, which is all good things because somehow I haven't been doing them where I used to do it all the time. I used to walk to the river all the time. Trees fell, can't go. Whoa, woe is me. So then you give up. Your spirit gives up, which is part of you in your life. You give it up. You've made some excuse. So what in your life, if any, though, have you made an excuse about? I know that I've seen some other folks who are making excuses about certain things. They can't enjoy life because the Rothschilds control everything. Okay. But so the Rothschilds control everything. So does it control what you're doing right now? Well, no, but they control the money and the money controls this and this. Hang on. That's not what I said. Are the Rothschilds like controlling you right this minute? Well, no, not right this minute, but the money, back up. Then how come you can't be joyful in this moment, right? How come you can't go to your space? How come you can't go to your river? Well, because the Rothschilds and the bank and the this and the government. Yeah, yeah, okay. I know all that. But is that going to keep you from going fishing or getting on the river? Well, them Rothschilds and the big bankers and I know. I still it's going on, yeah, but in your world with your spiritual awareness around you in where you're at the moment, leave out all the Rothschilds and all the get rid of the reptilians, you know, 'cause you don't we can't be don't think about them. Can you just have some fucking fun for a moment, will you? I mean, drop your guard and relax, which was one of the things that was in the cards tonight on Robert between the, armadillo and the hummingbird. But so all this stuff is tainting. Hey, taint, you know what taint is, don't you? It taint this and it taint that, and I'll leave it at that. But so you ain't an asshole neither, or are you? Um, but so where do we go with this picture? Do we allow the chaos? Is that's the only world picture? It keeps us from personal joy because everybody's talking about it. So our spirits are us. Our spirit is our experiences. So if we choose to continue these experiences that keep our brains and our energy into chaos, then ain't it our fault, not theirs, because we have allowed it, you know? I ain't trying to push blame or nothing, but for me, I can see where I created my own issue by oh those trees, oh the hurricane. I know it's my wood story and my continuing thing, but it is a perfect allegory, or is it an alligator? I don't know. It's in the swamp, but of life in that. Do you let? Yeah, okay. It's wet in my backyard and there are places and stuff, but I've never seen an alligator back there. Now that doesn't mean there ain't one that's ever been on the river or swam up and down it, but I've never seen one. Doesn't mean they ain't there. Further downstream from me, a couple of miles, by as the crow flies, I've seen alligators where the Little Ocklawaha River gets wider. Have they been in my backyard? I don't know. I haven't lived there forever. Have I ever seen them? No. But I have seen what looks like where gators sit up on the bank. So, but in the allegory of life, sometimes because you've seen an alligator on the river, you can be fearful that then there must be one in my backyard. So then you're always fearful that an alligator might get you in your place. And I've swam in the river. I have literally walked it, waded it, cut trees out back in the day when we cleared out the river before. No alligators. You know, does that mean that an alligator can't crawl up from, further south up this far? Sure, it could. There are alligators in some of these ponds up further north of me. Does that mean there's one in my backyard? The answer is still no. But it's water, it is a river. So an alligator could, maybe, But do I go to the woods every time and go, oh my God, there might be a gator? No. Me and my friend were wandering around there in the dark with no flashlights. And I'm like, man, and I can see the shapes and stuff. I remember still some of where the old trails, the portions are still there, and some of the animals still use them, but there's this big tree in the way, so you got to go around it. But even in the dark, with a half moon overhead down there in the woods, still was able to get around, still was able to get home. I still was a little disoriented at times because the trees down and different profiles of how the trees look against the sky at night. But we made it all the way back from the river, snaking it through the trees and the briars and the brambles, and made it safely without a flashlight. So the idea that I can't get to the river was in my it was my own creation. Yes, it's difficult. Yes, it's different. But we found a way down there, and in the dark, we found our way back. And there really wasn't a trail, but it was we cleared it out enough till we could see where to go through the trees and made it all the way back from the river without getting lost. We got off track a little bit on one spot, but it was really dark and no flashlight. So um, my fear factor is gone. So there are things in I don't know in your life you got to look at your own point of view. Hey, Travis, money is backed by a promise of worth, not gold or silver or anything. Yep, and that promise ain't much worth any either. Hey, Travis, how are you? But so in life, my point is, oh, the Rothschilds are, but is that going to keep you from going fishing? Well, no, but they rule the banks. Do you have worms? Well, but yeah, but the Rothschilds and the reptilians. Do you, don't you have a boat? Well, yeah. Is the license good? Yeah, but what's that got to do with the Rothschilds? Nothing. Get in the boat and come on, let's go fishing. Well, let's just go for a ride. You know, get out of your, get out of their chaos and find, your kayak of safety on the river of life. How about that one? Make sure you're wearing your PFT, right? If you get into whitewater. Wow, that in a way that's a good allegory kind of thingy. Al, how's Dory doing? Algory, allegory, Algory went to Algory went to London. Never mind. He's he's from Tennessee. Um, Daniel Boone was a man. Yes, a big fan. Strong as an eagle was he. Big Dan. He weighed 235 and he walked to the mine. Big John, Big Bad John. Anyway, so if we choose crappy shit like I did earlier on in my life, had some fun, had some wonderful times. A lot of them I can't remember because they were so much fun. But I spent money. I neglected other things I could have spent that money on. So spent $100 to snort cocaine up my nose. Oh, it was fun, but there went that $100 or more. But I had fun. Yeah, we had a good time, didn't we? Yeah. But there went that $100, you know. And when that $100 is followed, now not every day or whatever, but once or twice a month, there goes another 100. When you're kind of sort of on the low scale of the totem pole, that 100 or you decide to scrounge that other 100 because You want to buy in on an 8 ball because you had so much fun the last time? Didn't get anything done, but you had fun. So now I look at that and go, thousands of dollars, not hundreds of thousands, but thousands of dollars have gone up my nose for just the simple pleasure to have fun. Now, is there anything wrong with that? Is there anything wrong with having fun? What was wrong was how I was having the fun and how much I went overboard having fun. All in the name of, guess what? Having fun. Well, I'm just trying to have fun. Yeah, I know, but how much fun you going to have? I'm going to have as much fun until this runs out. Well, but that's an 8 ball. Yeah, I know. We're going to have some fun. Yeehaw. And off you go. So, what does that mean in life? Well, he had fun. He was joyful during that time. But the next day, he realized that he was broke as fuck and couldn't even afford a can of pork and beans for the next 2 days until the paycheck rolled around because he wanted to have fun. Now, the bills were paid, but he didn't have any food. And he was digging up, rat turds out of the, chicken pen so he could have something to munch on during break. So, in a way, that's what was going on with me and other people that I knew. So, we paid for our bare necessities, the bare necessities of life. But in the spirit of life and our bare necessities, what little bit of money we had was going up our nose or whatever. Um, and of course, there was alcohol along the way, and of course, with cocaine, there had to be some weed. So not only is it $100, but it's $100 for the coke, and then you got the weed, and then you got the alcohol, and when you got all that together, of course, you got to have one of these or a pack or two. So the addiction to one thing was actually an addiction to not just the coke, because then you wanted cigarettes, and you'd get so wired out at times that you just wanted a joint, and it didn't really bring you down or do a damn thing, but you smoked that big old ass joint anyway, when actually it was a waste, but you had fun smoking it, and you were joyful and having a great time. But then the next day or so, when it's over and you're out of money, you got to work really hard with hangovers and weirdness going on in your head because you spent all your capital and everything just for the fun of it. That's what addiction can do to you, right? That's what it did to a lot of me and my friends. So, but all in the name of fun. Well, since I've given up alcohol and I've given up snorting coke and all that kind of stuff, in a lot of ways, I'm having more fun. No, I'm not high like that and racing around. I gotta say, doing coke sometimes was a lot of fun. As much you know, I'm not encouraging it or anything, but having good coke was a lot of fun at times. But addicting and overboard, absolutely. But can I have fun now at 69 and a half? And still, and remember it sometimes the next day. But old age is my issue now. Too much cocaine back then. But I can still have fun, and I can still, my spirit feels actually more joy now because it's a natural high of just not letting the universe, like, yeah, but what about Russia? Yeah, what about it? Well, but Putin and so that's going to ruin your day. Yeah, that's because he's the reason we don't have any gas. Okay, So guess what then? I know you got to go back and forth to work, so going to have to tighten something down because just changed, right? So you just need to go, well, some bitch, just going to have to adapt to this. For however long this price gouge is, oil companies are making a killing right now. But if you don't have to go nowhere, then don't. Why? Because that's how you take care of your end of the deal. It's $5 a gallon, so don't frickin' drive. Well, but I have to go pick up. So we got to go do this. Are you sure? I'm, I'm just asking. You may actually have to go do this, or are you making up an excuse because you want to do it, but you could postpone it because the gas prices and maybe skip a meeting or something or whatever to save some gas, and you can call folks up and go, look, gas price is what it is. I need to skip this one, but me and the kid are going to do taekwondo over here at the house, and but don't drop us from the membership. We'll see you in a couple of days. If you're two or three times going into town, and that's extra gas, because the people on the other end of the phone, they're paying more for their gas too, and they're going to go, okay, Mister Whackman Doji, we'll you and your son can come in. Yes, okay, be safe. See you in 2 days then, and that you show up for the next whatever it is. Oh well, I'm embarrassed. I don't listen. If you ain't got the money, and it's going to keep your family from eating. And here's an extracurricular activity. I know y'all used to be able to afford, and it was all that, but maybe this time around you don't have to quit it, but you might should take a vacation and not be pissed about it, but because it ain't your fault, it's theirs, whoever they are. And it's a goddamn Rothschilds again, the sons of bitches. All right, calm down. So you can't go to, karate, kwandozi, but you can still spend time with your child, or you can practice at home, or there's a lot of other things that you can do that are related to whatever. Now, if you're on the bowling team and you don't go, it's a little difficult to go bowling in your living room, maybe for most of us. But it doesn't mean that you have to be depressed or otherwise because it ain't your fault. It's them damn reptilians and the Queen and the Vatican, that some bitch. But it doesn't matter. So find something else that gives you joy. If what you gives you joy costs money because it requires gas or something, then see if there's a workaround. However that workaround may be, just look. Well, God damn it, I can't go, and so now you're in pissed off mode because what you really want to do, and you realize that goddamn Rothschild, they control everything. Well, if you can't buy gas to go somewhere, that is absolutely not just mind controlling, but physical controlling. You can't go where you want to go because you don't earn enough money. They control the banks. No, yeah, I know. So the idea, though, that what you absolutely have control of is how you react to it. What? Be pissed for 5 minutes. Get it out and then stop and go, okay, that's it. There's nothing I can do about the price of gas. Nothing. But I can rethink where I need to go for the next few days, see where this price is going to go up or down. I just got paid at the first of the month. I've got all my bills paid. And rather than maybe spend a little extra money or something over here, because I usually got 50, maybe $75 a month that I can kind of buy a tool with or do with that with. buy a part for the truck, or, it's not, it doesn't have to go to something, right? It's my little bit of jiggly money. And so 50, sometimes $75 a month is all I got to really like waste. But I try to spend it on a tool or something, or buy trees, or, something that's worthwhile in the long run, not just go wasted. So it's like, okay, it's not moving money. Okay, I got $20. So, and I haven't been to, okay, well, I'm going to go to the movie with this $20. Okay. Well, this is my wiggle money for stuff around the house. And anyway, so my wiggle money. So, what makes me happy? I take a little wiggle money, and I can't afford the gas. I make the decision that I could take some of this wiggle money, and it's for wiggling and finagling, that I could go ahead and pay $5 a gallon and bitch at the pump and go ahead and fill up, or I can take a little bit of that wiggle money and buy a few more gallons the next time I'm out, but then not go play golf and drive around and do this and go pick up my buddies. I'm going to stay at the house with my putter, or I'm going to find something else to do that maybe is closer, or maybe or maybe it'll rain, and that'll settle that for me playing golf kind of thing. Or find something else, or go for a walk, but don't be pissed about it because it ain't your fault. Now take it out of the Rothschilds, piss and moan and curse them if that'll make you feel better. But for every person that wants to curse another one for their behavior, it always comes back on the person who makes the curse. So that shouldn't really be on your agenda then, to be cursing folks. You son of a bitch, it's going to come back on you. You got no, it's going to come back on you. Just saying, kind of sort of a rule of law out there, in the quantum. But so now, how do I? Well, so what's this got to do with me and my shaman journey? Every damn thing. Because right now, things are so scrambled and scary as to have not been like this ever in my lifetime. Um, and I'm one of those people who should be scared shitless. But I realize I got my property, I've got batteries and a generator, a small one, run a little bit. I've got solar panels and things not set up for 110, or, but lots of juice for solar stuff, and low voltage lights and things. Um, I do have the well. I do have water. I you know, if lights, or if it gets so bad or whatever, um, I've got a fair amount of different types of foods stocked up and stored up. Not an enormous amount, but I could make it stretch. Plus, where I don't go fishing all the time now or whatever, I'd be dead on the river. I'd be setting fish traps. I'd be, because there's stuff that's traveled up and down the river, big turtles and things in the river. And if I caught one of them big old ass turtles and turned it into turtle soup, me and the neighbors could eat really nice for a couple of days at least. Um, you know, so other things without killing deer or coons. There are a lot of turkey in the woods back there, and it's turkey season for the moment. Um, Also, there's a lot of palmetto bushes, which means if you know what you're doing, then you've got swamp cabbage. So there are things locally, as much as it might be hard to collect, do, slice, and dice and peel. Uh, Love you, Delaney. Thank you. So, our spiritual journey includes our life journey. So, oh, this is a pain in the ass and I hate this. Well, then your journey is going to be marred by its spirit simply because of attitude. So you change your attitude to how you want your life's journey, regardless of what the Rothschilds are doing, regardless of what's going on in the Ukraine, because it ain't got nothing to do with you and me. It ain't got nothing to do with you, me, and being happy or joyful. I feel pity and sorrow, and I send prayers to those folks, but I can't do a damn thing about it. Neither can you. So why are y'all pissed off about it? Why is it affecting your mood? Why is your spirit and your life journey about being happy and joyful and loving and learning from other people and sharing stuff? What's that got to do with it? Nothing. So why are you letting it bother you? And it ain't just the Russian thingy, but there are certain things that people now. Me and my friends were together today, and we talked about some of these things. But in listening to conversations and to myself involved with the conversations, there is nothing we can do about any of it. If gas is $5 a gallon, if you want to go, grumble, bitch, complain, gotta pay it. Gotta pay it. If you like hamburger, but it's $10 a piece for a hamburger, but you want a hamburger bad enough, you're going to find $10 and buy the hamburger. I mean, whatever it is that you may want, desire, or need, if you need it, want it bad enough, no matter how it is, you might have to save up $10 to get that hamburger or whatever. But if you want it bad enough, you're going to pay it. Whatever the market says or bears, you're going to pay it. Or for those of us who, can have worked out alternative things in our lifetime, um, all of us are going to be tempted. Wait. All of us are going to be tested and tempted, but tested, and our skills in how we adapt to these new unprecedented circumstances is going to be key. Now, whether we lose our spirit by being hijacked with chaos, that Norman chaos is a sumbitch. But so it's so how are we going to react to this? Be mad, get it out, but then stop giving any energy to it, and even everybody talking about the same thing. Ukraine, and Russia, Putin. Kiss my grits, grits, grits. It's an echo. Um, who cares? I am sending prayers to him, honest to God, but I can't do anything other than that. So being upset, or actually, if I don't get upset over what's going on, and I keep my positive attitude, regardless of what I hear or see, that I'm still sending positive energy to those people and beings that need it, and I will smile with positive energy that the energy that I send will be received and used in a positive way. So it doesn't matter what's going on, because my prayer is going out in sort of a generic way, in that if you need it, and because of, here it is, sending it out, free energy for those poor folks that really need it to survive. There you go. No strings attached. And I ain't actually even saying, well, this energy that I'm praying for is only for the good guys. Mm, you know, or do you say, my prayers and energies go out for anyone who is in pain during this time over there or whatever? Well, there could be some of the Rothschilds who are in pain. So do we want to pray for the enemy too? Or are the prayers that we're sending out, that the conflict is resolved? Does that mean we want our enemy to be nuked, poisoned, or otherwise slashed and burned? Or do we make what? Are we going to try a compromise? I mean, so when you think of stuff, now for me, when I send my prayers out to those unfortunate folks over yonder, there are little pictures in my head, like folks um, in a city situation, a mother and a child trying to get to a store to see if there's still any bread, and that they're being protected from getting shot and killed by a sniper working for the mercenaries. You know, my prayers for them folk, not the mercenaries who are trying to kill the locals. So I've got this picture in my head. So when I'm praying for the peace and well-being, well-being of these folks and beings, that was easy to say after I untangled it. That's where I want my prayer to go. The safety for the child and the mother, and hopefully there's a loaf of bread on that they can have, right? Or whatever the necessity is. So nothing wrong with that. But I can't deliver bread to them. I don't. If I knew where I could send them $50, I might could wire it to them or something. Could they get it at their ATM? Well, I don't even know anybody over there, so I can't send them money. But I can send prayers and positive energy and good thoughts. But if I'm pissed off about it, then how much good energy am I really going to send? About that much. Because your life spirit, your energy is caught up with the chaos from the events, good, bad, indifferent, doesn't matter, but you're caught up in it. You can't stop talking about it. You keep referring to it. See, I'm still talking about it, but I'm trying to make a point. But right down to the bottom line, the basic point is, do these events keep us from being happy or being joyful in any way? The answer is no, unless we allow it. If you allow the Ukraine and the Russians to ruin your day, I'm sorry, my dear friends, it's your own frickin' fault. Nobody else's. But Russia, but this, but you're the one listening to it. You're the one who's allowing it to affect your spirit, which affects your journey, which affects who you are, which affects how you interact with other people, which affects your whole life journey. So you say your spirit and your life journey ain't connected? Okay, just just wanted to bring this conversation up so maybe you'd think about it. So they are absolutely connected. Our energies are connected. Let's look at the situation, be pissed off for 5 minutes and move on. But then we need to learn how to adapt to it. Period. Simple as that. That's all. I've been bitching about the trees on the river in my backyard. I have been unwilling to adapt. And recently, and what I just talked about, I realized that it's my own damn fault that I didn't adapt, that I didn't make an alternate trail somewhere else, that I used the event to just be pissed off about it. And I can't get to the river. And now it's all the river. And it was a lot of it my fault. because I could have looked for an alternative route. I could have adapted, and I am now. But I've always been adapting. But there are people now with situations that are going on that honestly don't know how to adapt. I quit looking at the chat. My scars are many, but I'm doing well. Good, Barry. 3:06 a.m. It's 3:10. So I'll hang around for 10 more minutes, and then I really do need to go to bed and get off of here. But I want folks to understand that, you know, I you know, well, Dave, Hawkeye, man, you're just selling hopium, man. Okay, it's cheap, it's for free. But man, that hopium, man, where's it going to get you? Hope through tomorrow will be better, dickhead. you know, if you do, well, I don't care what tomorrow brings, man. It ain't gonna really bother me, man. Well, it might, but because things affect things down the line. But as far as what's actually going on, I can affect it better by staying in a positive mode, by sending positive energy instead of being caught up in the negative, we're all gonna die mode. Um, that greatly affects the outcome of things. Why? Because I'm not included with these panicked individuals. I'm going to try to stop, look at the situation. It still might not be a good situation, but that's not the point. If you're drowning, if you panic when you're drowning, you're going to drown. you got to not panic. So, a lot of things that are going on that people are panicking about, when my gut says, man, that's freaking freaky, but we can't panic. You know, yeah, I don't like it. Yeah, it's creepy and blah, 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 but we can't panic. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we need to keep on them, an eye on that over there, but we can't panic because they might do something. And it's like that old sci fi movie way back in the 50s where, the world sees these space creatures come in and they looked real odd and they gave off this strange vibration and the world tried to kill them, and come to find out they were here to warn us about the bad guys that were trailing them to earth. And so they were like, and so the world killed the messengers to warn us about the giants and the bigger creatures coming. So they shot the messenger, turned around and looked up at the sky and went, oh shit, we're in trouble. So, we need to, our overreaction should be to stop reacting. Wait, our overreaction should be to not overreact. Oh, but the world and the Bitcoin and the crypto money. Okay. I've only got what I got for me to begin with. I can't invest anything. I got like $45 scrunch money a month. Okay, I could invest. Okay, I'm going to invest $5 a month in Bitcoin. Can you even do that? But to my point, though, I can't invest because I don't really have anything because of my situation. If the government sends my money in a Bitcoin, it's still going to be in my bank account. So when they deposit it in whatever form they deposit it into my bank account, it's still going to be in the bank account. I will still use my card to use whatever form they claim it's in to purchase an item or items with my card that's already established with digital currency, because it's digital things in the universe that's changing the total, adding and subtracting Duh. But now, if they make it mandatory to be chipped and thumbprints and DNA and eye shots and whatever to access my card or to make a purchase, I'm going to scratch my head and go, So they're working on certain things to make people do it. And I say, well, all right, then if you want these services or this or that, and it's required, then if enough people say no and don't do it and don't give in, then the answer will be to the people trying to force it. Well, some bitch, we couldn't fool them into it. We won't be fooled again, Da, 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 da. Anyway, it's 3:16 a.m. So, dear friends, um, keep an eye on these slimy bastards. A bunch of them. There's a bunch of them all over the place that are flopping around and trying to create confusion and stuff. And I'm kind of sort of gonna plug Jimmy Dore. Um, he looks at this stuff with seriousness, but a very quirky, twisted sense of humor at it too. Like, see how dorky this stuff is? And it's on, in a way, sometimes he reminds me of Mad Magazine because he gives these, uh, monologue type things. But to the point, though, um, he's like, isn't it? He'll do a thing and he'll go, see how fucking ridiculous this is, or see how fucking stupid this is. And you got to admit, it really is. Whether his jokes were funny but see how stupid this is. So there are people out there, God bless them, I mean it, who are showing people, listen, do you really believe this crap? Jimmy Dore's one. Uh, uh, Dave Rubin, I've been selling him. I really do like, not everything Dave does, but I like him a whole lot better than a lot of other people. And the information that he passes along is always good and gemful. Um, and so with that, Jimmy Dore, he's wacky and out there, but he's better than listening to The View. I mean, just whatever. So people are finding humorous, even though dark humor, into things that are supposed to be chaotic to us and saying, hey, ain't this stupid? And making a joke out of it. So rather than these negative incidents are not affecting us negatively when it's obvious that that was their intent, and we find these weird, dark humor things. And now what do? We're laughing in their face. So they're trying to do whatever they're trying to do. And instead of getting chaotic, we laugh at them. We laugh at their chaotic methods of whatever it is they're trying to convey. The crypto, the this, or now we're going to be scared of that. Okay. And if in the last 2 years people ain't figured out they need to have some extra supplies squirreled away, if they ain't done that yet, I love y'all, but I'm sorry. You you've been given your sign for the last 2 years and you ain't paid attention. Okay, okay. Whether it would be prepping or whatever, but for the last 2 years you have been warned on so many levels. But now you're surprised. Well, there's no food on the show. There's no. Have you been like not paying attention? You need to get a little bit of this and a little bit of that and be stocking it up on the side. Well, I can't get this anymore. Okay, well, then pick an alternative. Well, I don't know. Well, then you're shit out of luck, You've been warned, you've been given time. You people have even like me been warning folks, you're gonna have to learn how to adapt. I've been talking about this for a while. Oh, it's 3:20. Okay. Next in line is a fake alien invasion. Well, and what about the real alien invasion, Alex, that's going on in the Ukraine right now? Just saying. Ween. So 3 hours and 5 minutes, which was, I thought it was only going to be an hour or so, but there are a lot of different levels to your spirit. If you let daily things bother you all the time, but you ain't directly involved. Oh, well, the Bitcoin thing. Well, how soon is it going to affect you? I don't know. It's in the future. Okay. How you doing now? Well, you got any money in the bank? Well, yeah. Okay. Are your bills paid? Well, yeah. Okay. Then why are you worried about Bitcoin in maybe 6 months or a year? Everything's going to change. Okay. You got money now? Yeah. You got some squirreled under your bed or whatever? Well, maybe I ain't going to tell you. But when's this supposed to happen? Well, in the future. Why are you all pissed off now then? Well, because it might happen. Okay. You keep worrying about that shit, they're going to make it happen. Stop it. Quit thinking it into being. Quit manifesting it by thinking, well, it's going to happen in the future. You keep projecting it. Every time you say it, crypto, this, it's going to be the future. It's going to happen in the future. Talk it out. Bring that Armageddon on, Keep talking about, this one. Keep talking about that over there. You're going to bring it on because it doesn't really exist now. It's a thought and a thing, and other people are talking about it. So there's this wave of stuff. Well, it's going to happen, and the Bitcoin's going to be the this, and the this is going to be the that. But there are waves of discussion, waves of energy. But if you buy into any of them and bring fear with you, well, I'm afraid it's going to, okay, that's the wrong energy you want to bring into anything, into life, right? So for your own energy, your spirit guide energy, you and the cosmos connected, your body, your mind, your spirit, all connected, right? We do agree with this, right? Um, I thought it would be obvious. I bet that um, being cool and calm in the face of danger. Um, I know I used to do this. Look at my long time older videos, and now I've learned patience because guess what? Today is the 3/16, March 16th, 2022. The 14th was supposed to have been a flip of the switch date just 2 days ago. A bunch of us were to go to another Earth. A bunch of us were going to shift up and we were going to start seeing, pickles out of the corners of our eyes. Certain ET were going to show up and be waving at us, on the White House lawn. There was supposed to be this thing March 14th. That was 2 days ago. You heard or seen anything? I haven't. Has something happened? Maybe. Ain't heard nothing. Big. I'm still on the same planet that I was on 2 days ago. Nothing seems to be out of place in that respect. Ain't seen. I did though the other night. It was so clear. I did see our alien buddies down in the south though. very clear and shimmering and shining, which was, I was like, "Woo, look at that!" Right? Um, but ain't been no major shift. Now there was some big energies coming off the sun. But do any of you feel somehow psychically superior or different than you did 2 days ago? Does it feel like there was some kind of event that happened on the 14th? I maybe, but I haven't seen any signs from anybody or other channels or such, or you know how folks are chatting with one another. It doesn't seem like anybody's somehow been tagged with some kind of, and I don't mean extra superpower, but in a way an extra superpower by becoming more aware or more awake, or something like that, which is a superpower. But so our life energy, our spirit energy. So for me, I have already worked a bunch of my life. So what have I wanted out of life? Well, there's a sign on the road that says Little Ochlockonee River Hermitage. So one of my goals was to ask people to come and go to the river with me. If they need time away from the rest of the world where they could just be quiet and spend an evening, spend the night, spend a weekend, go camping, find a place, do whatever, experience something different, then that's been my goal. And I realize it still is. It's morphed and changed and I'm still adapting. But I'm realizing that other people are like, that's really not a bad idea. Not that many people have ever taken me up on the deal, but that's not the point. For me, it's still, I think, a noble goal. Um, because over the years, there have been people that have stayed here. It hadn't necessarily turned out good for me, but they were off the streets and got fed for the time they were here. They didn't have to worry anything about anything at the time because they were here and had electricity and water and food and all that. So, but the idea that somehow in this world now, so I have established my life's goal, right? I mean, little adaptations here and there, and you meet people and things change, and it rains or it don't rain, or something happens here or it don't happen there, or you meet somebody, just bump into them, and next thing you know, you're buddies and doing stuff together, or friends that you've known for years just decide just that they don't give a crap about you no more. It's all of the above. Everything is morphing, whether it's energy from the stars, whether it's energy between the two us, I say the two of us, but there are obviously things that are being manipulated, like gas prices, to make us angry, think in different terms, get each other pissed off at each other, and change the overall narrative of the planet. We're going to show them, by God, we're Rothschilds and reptilians, that we're in control of this shit and they must bow down to us. So, okay, so it's $4 a gallon. Okay, well, no offense, but I ain't buying your fucking gallon today. I'm gonna just decide to kind of boycott going anywhere, or I'm gonna ride my bicycle or find another alternative way to go. But I personally have decided, F you, I ain't buying gas for the next week. Now, in the back of my mind, I don't really have to go anywhere myself. I could catch a ride if, or help pay somebody else, but to help them get back and forth, but sneak a ride with them. But as far as making of a decision, It's my decision where I want to buy it or not. Now, I don't have to go anywhere every day and all that. I get it. But I can be one of the people that says, no, I'm sorry, I ain't going for it. My answer to that is, I decided not to go anywhere for the next 5 days. I'm not going to buy $5 a gallon gas. I got a quarter of a tank. I don't really have anything I need to do. I can go to local town and back twice on what I got. So, and in 2 weeks' time, if I can, for me personally, outlast it, the price might come back down. So, for the moment, my decision is I ain't playing your game. I ain't paying the money. I'm gonna hunker down here and cut my own travel time, which is gas, in half or whatever. It's my decision. Everybody else, well, it's $5 a gallon. I really want to go here. Okay, you do it. If you really want to go, it's your decision, not theirs. Are you in prison? No. Are you? Is it being hard to make living easier? Yes. Are them folks out there doing it? Yeah. But is it going to keep you from laughing at a good joke at the end of the day? Nah, hope not. And here I am being, I'm a hopiest. Remember that word, Barry. I'm a hopiest. What? You know, because I believe in hopium. I believe in hope for tomorrow. Um, but I can also make up my mind that maybe I'll just call in sick tomorrow and not participate in all the bullshit that they think my brain should be occupied with Putin invading Russia and now we're going to nuke each other. Stop it. Just fucking stop that nonsense because that's exactly what it is nonsense. Please, Jesus, help these damn fools out. But let us not be a part of their foolishness. Honestly, we got to keep an eye on these fools, but that don't mean we got to be foolish with them. We do not have to participate in that nonsense. So please don't, but keep an eye on them. You want your spirit high. All right, it's all about frequency. So everybody talk about Armageddon and everybody's talking about this. If you pay attention and you smile and frown because it's, whoa, oh, look what they're doing now, and oh, we're all going to die. Ain't helping a bit. Because if anything, we need to keep joy in our hearts. We need to stand strong for what we already know. If I look around and go, the world would be crumbling, but so far I just got an overabundance of cobwebs. you know, is that a worldwide issue? Too many cobwebs? But I got a resident lizard that goes around and steals and eats from the cobwebs. So it's sort of equaling out at the moment. But, anyway, I love you, my dear friends. Uh, Lots of stuff to keep you worried. There are fewer things at the moment with circumstance that that obviously give us pure joy. If our attention is muddled and muddied by the hey Esty, how are you? If our future and things and stuff around us are muddied and modeled by the events, then we couldn't see if there was anything joyful around us anyway, because there's all this other stuff. So if we just ignore the other stuff, I know you're there. I know there's a war. I know they're blaming this guy. I know. Okay, so next. Now, what can I find to be joyful? Well, I don't know, man. You know, that Putin and all. Well, then I'm joyful that he didn't nuke our ass today. How about that one? You want to stay on this war thing? I'm so freaking happy we didn't get nuked today. Let's all jump in down and be joyful. Well, I don't know, man. You know, that's kind of pathetic. You're fucking A right, it's pathetic because it's stupid that y'all are worried about somebody's going to nuke us again. Holy Jesus. You know, North Korea's going to do us. And again, we're all going to die. All that crap. Pull the chain, hit the button, and, you know, let's all sing a tune and dance. Waltz in Matilda, waltz in. No offense, Matilda, but some of us like to waltz. But so some of this listening to some of these folks, like listening to Chunk Nugert on the young, you know, the young Turkins, to Durkins, maybe, but anyway, they should be fried in peanut oil. Nah, peanut oil is too good for them. Anyway, some of their commentary and their anger and where they're pushing the anger towards and what they're angry about. I just go, these people are insane. I mean, you talked about a warped sense of whatever, and they're got a large population that they're trying to convince that their point of view is the right point of view. And in a lot of ways, well, if you don't think like me, the only point of view. Uh, and it's funny when I watch some of this stuff that I really hate watching. You know, got to keep up with what the enemy's doing, right? But it's so stupid. And the rhetoric, and they are hitting these little tiny buttons of people. And it's like, it's so arcane. It's so ridiculous. It's so, it's like picking on your baby's mama. You know what? Oh, what a cute baby, but its mama's uglier than fuck. Oh, what a lovely little baby. It's a shame it's got feet like its mother, you know, that stuck up its ass. Oh, look at that. I didn't know that baby could do that. Look at the acrobatics on that little sucker. He's got his foot up his ass, just like his mama. Wow, had that little puppy do that, you know. I'm sick, I know. But um you know, so in the spirit of things, honestly, we got to keep our spirit as clean as possible. I know this stuff is bothersome and tedious and stuff. And yes, I keep an eye on it, but none of it directly affects me. So why can't I have a good day? Y'all want to worry about this shit? Y'all go have a nice day. Go have a brew and get pissed off about all of these things we just discussed. I'm going to sit back and I'm going to smoke one and laugh my ass off at the stupidity of the other people who are getting pissed off about it. You know, like, go ahead, get pissed off about it. I don't care. I'm going to sit here and laugh my ass off at your dumb ass. And you think I'm stupid? Okay, we'll agree to be stupid together. How about that? And but see, that's going to make me laugh too. But it just pisses them off even more. Well, you're not taking this seriously. You're right. I'm not, because it's in the future and it might happen. And if you don't keep wishing it, you'll make it come true, dumbass. You will be in Kansas again, idiot, with Toto. Maybe up your butt. Dog ass dog eat world. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I made myself laugh that time. I was just thinking about Toto, trying to get up. to the Tin Man's ass. It's a visual. You just had to see going, Tin Men going, Toto, what's that all about? you know, did the Tin Men have dingleberries or ballberries? and, and are they wired on or on chains? But April gonna be new beginning, gonna be in the main. There's lots of new stuff coming. I would agree with you all, and some of it. Speaking about chains, the chains of fool. And do y'all know who Rudolph, the tall white alien, is? His YouTube channel. His he's obviously German. I mean, he speaks that German way, then he dresses and he wears these big glasses and he wears a dark suit and he's Rudolph the tall white alien. He did this thing about a year or so ago. God almighty, it was funny. He dyed chains. Now you couldn't see his gonads right hanging down, but with his black coat on, he was, this is for you men out there. And he was like dragging these great big bowling balls or something and hung to his testicles. You couldn't see it, but his actions and everything. I thought it was ridiculous, but I almost laughed my balls off watching him do it and struggling with this and I am Rudolph the tall white alien. I'm still laughing at it. It was silly, stupid, or whatever, but he made my day. Just looking at it and him trying to fake it there was something on the floor that he was moving, but you know, but Rudolph, the tall white alien, is a real channel. And if you go to his channel, if he hasn't erased it, you'll find it. Year or so go back, or maybe two. It's been a while, but where he just did this little thing, but it was hilarious. SD, honest to God, you couldn't see his testicles or nothing, but you knew that they were that whatever it was attached to him, and how he walked. Kudos, he got. See, it's been years ago, and I'm still laughing. You know, but anyway, it's a slapstick kind of comedy thing. Maybe he really did have him attached because he's Rudolph the tall white alien. But I was like, holy crap. Oh, ow, ooh. And watching it and crying because I could feel pain if I tried to do that. I've had a, a thing, and I still can't remember the name of it, but there are small tubes with a man's testicles that goes around and around and around and around. And if them suckers, if the tubes that are inside the testicle, there's a name, some kind of, anyway, but if they get inflamed, the amount of pain is like off the charts. And it's easy for you to get this itis thingy, that there's no potential um, cause for it to be inflamed or whatever. And a simple dose of an antibiotics will take it away. But let me tell you, when you got it, you will feel like a Rudolph the tall white alien. But anyway, so look, I'm having a great time with y'all, but it is Wednesday morning and there are other things to do this week. Uh, hey, Michelle, I've been sending you all kinds of cosmic hugs and prayers. Hope they're bouncing off of you. Ding, ding, ding. Oh, that. Oh, there's a prayer from Hawkeye. Whoa, hit me right in the corner of the eye. Some bitch. Give me the Visine, honey. I can't quite see. I got hit by a prayer, you know, incoming. Yeah, my brain's attached to someplace else, ain't it? I'm not here today. But somebody said something about, the fake alien invasion. What I think I'm more worried about, the fake alien invasion, is that the real alien invasion, which has been going on for a while, was a spaceship. I've been seeing other people and stuff. Shit's going on now. Come on, really. So here's the thing, that they will call it a fake alien invasion. So they're going to pull the switch. They're not going to bring a fake alien invasion. They're going to call the invasion fake. you know, what? Oh, you mean you're not? Oh, no, no. It ain't us, but it's fake. Hello, we are from Jupiter, and we're going to take all the J's and call them U's, Jupiters, jumping, yiminy Jupiters, what? So I'm more worried about the real deal, and I'm going, nah, that's just fake, and trying to cover it up that way. Just pop that into your head, because a lot of us have seen a whole lot of stuff, and you go, well, is it them? Well, I don't know. What are them saying about it? Oh, all that's fake. So we're seeing incoming. Folks are taking pictures. It's showing up here, there, some really good shots of something. Now, if it ain't them and it ain't their fake invasion, then what is? What is the alternative that they can tell us? Oh, that stuff you see in the sky, that's just, say it with me, that's just fake. But it looks like a spaceship. It's just fake. That's the fake alien invasion. We ain't going to stage it. It's actually going to happen. And they're going to switch the numbers and go, oh no, that's just fake. Well, what about the big ass mothership? Oh, it's just a hologram. Okay. What about the laser beams coming out and blowing up the harbor? Oh, that's just good TV right there. Okie dokie. But um, they took the towers down, right? And they took building 7 down and all this other stuff. They got a lot of people to believe that, and they got away with it so far. So you mean there can't be a real alien invasion and them cover it up? Or can they do it? Yeah, no. I would say they're probably going to try some crazy shit. But will we let them get away with it? Not all of us. But to close this out, there were several folks that had claimed that March the 14th was going to several different planet Earths or whatever. Now, maybe I got stuck on the wrong one. Maybe there are other folks that got to go to Earth too. And then there was 2.A and 2.B and 2.C. Any of y'all been out to these other planetoids lately? Well, we're 2 days past the due date. We're a month past the due date on aliens are going to do blah, blah, blah. So some of the quote underground news that's supposed to be happening ain't happened, not yet at least. So, but so these folks that are trying to get us to believe that they exist and this is going to happen, and whoever of Ashtar Command is so far full of bullshit. So I'm still going to listen. I'm still going to monitor, but at the same time, I'm going to tell y'all the truth. All these different folks that gave these certain dates have all failed. And I want to believe I was one of the guys that was like, we need to listen to these people. There's this big thing going on. But after having missed so many due dates, so many whatever dates, and I'm, you know, personally, I feel pretty good despite all the heavy lifting and digging and stuff I've been doing. My brain, not too bad under the circumstances, but do I feel like I've been zapped by the universe and I'm somehow different in some like significant way of some type? Um, I haven't been able to blow bubbles yet. Tiny bubbles in the air. Never mind. So, ET lying to us again are the folks. Now, here's my thing. I honestly think that some of these people who are trying to give us ET type intel, I think they're sincere and they think that the intel that they were given and the dates are like right on the money. Now, they may have been, but I also noticed that these people who made Ray Casalanzas or something like that years ago, he was doing readings and stuff for people. He may still be, but he made a statement to his audience and he said, ET has promised me for years that they were going to do this and this by this date. He said, I'm going to give them a month. If they don't show up, I'm not going to say another word about them. The month came. Did a couple of shows, podcast kind of deals. When the month was over and nobody showed up or did what they said they were going to do months earlier, he said, I love you all. I'm sorry. He said, I guess I've been lied to, and I'm not going to say another word about it. And as far as I know, he's never done another interview. He's never done another nothing. He said, "Screw y'all. Um, I've been trying to support these supposedly higher intelligences." He said, "I ain't saying another damn word. Period. And shut up." Now that man, I respect. Here's the thing. I think there are other people who honestly, for whatever it is, because I know there are times I feel plugged in, but I don't try to give you times and dates, but I have been consistently saying that the energy waves going into these next few years get in your inner tube, bring your beer tray and maybe a change of clothes, but you get in that damn inner tube and we're just going to have to ride these waves. Sometimes we're going to feel way up but we got to ride that way back down the other side because all energy waves have a front side and a back side. Otherwise, otherwise it wouldn't be a wave because that's the properties, right? So you're going to get a high one on this side, but you're going to skate down the backside of that some son of a gun too. So do we understand that? Do people understand it? But all the alien stuff, and I've been listening to this stuff for a long time, and I'm still waiting. Now, none of my download stuff, they're telling me there's a lot of shit's going to happen this year, and it has been. And there's a lot of more stuff. We'll see. But I'm not going to wish for bad to happen. No, I still wish that ET would land and say, hi, y'all, and let's get this three-ring circus going? Or are there just going to continuously be an Ishtar and this one and that one and blah, 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 and other than the people who talk about, well, I've talked to King Blue Blue Black from Pleiades. Really? Well, I seem to have some, and they say you're full of shit. But every week I talk to King of the Palladians and blah blah blah, and they're fitting to do this or that. Ain't done it yet. Oh well, we blew up an underground base last week. Really? Okay. Where's the evidence? Well, there was this minor earthquake over there. Well, any bodies? Any tunnels? Any? Well, no, but that's what that earthquake was. That was ET blowing up at a underground base, and there's my proof that I talked to King Wankaban. Wait a minute, what? I'm sorry. And that's how some of this has been going. Ain't listening. I'll listen to some of these, but they're beginning to be more crankpot. And but I honestly feel that some of these folks thought through their own experiences and stuff, thought they were telling the truth. I think they've been given bad intel. And I think, like Ray Kozolonjits back years ago, that he firmly thought that he was a messenger and an explainer and whatever. And when they didn't hold up to what they claimed to their side of the bargain, he said no more. So I've been watching this stuff. I still got to keep an eye on it. But 2 years ago, with some of these folks, I said no more. I am not believing what these folks are peddling. Oh, well, now see, here's the thing. I do believe in galactic unity. I believe there are beings out there that are having conversations to keep from shooting at each other. I know that they're just like on planet Earth, there are people who love sushi, and there are people who say, "No, you need to stick that thing in the oven." You need to finish. You mean it's not cooked at all? Put that bitch in the oven, dummy, and cooked it. So eating raw fish versus, cooked or something. I know, weird, but I know that if there are those things here on planet Earth, the universe is full of differences. So, but can we learn to? Hey, Katniss, how are you? Can we learn to get along in the universe? I think so. I think we do. Not all species does, but not everybody gets along on this planet. So why should we all get along in the universe? Duh. You know, I hope for the best, but human nature is also probably universal nature. Yeah, there's a uni, a universal tendency for people to be suspicious of other folk. Period. Well, I don't know you. Where are you from? Well, I'm from the planet Z99, man. We got some of the best smoke you ever want to smoke in your smoke. Well, what do you smoke? We smoke the smoke. Okay, but no, smoke out the carburetor, out the tailpipe. We smoke that smoke. Oh man, that smoke's some badass smoke. Man, it goes through the catalytic converter, and then it goes through the muffler, and then it goes into my lungs. Blah, and then it comes out my gills right here. See that smoke coming out right there. Anyway, so, but we don't know what people look like on other universes or planets or whatever. But there are the satellites that look at the sun, the LASCO. You see all the spaceships flying by, and it's like, are you all not like looking at this? Are we being invaded? Yes or no? I don't know, but look at all these freaking spaceships flying right past the sun, on camera, visual. There goes another one. Choom. Oh, that's a sun diving comet. That would up, and it's fixing to burn up in the sun, but call it a sun diving comet if you want. Okay. So the cards say armadillo was upside down, meaning that armadillo's got the armor, and when you need to roll up in a ball and protect yourself. Upside down means you've been rolled up in a ball protecting yourself for too long. You're using, well, I'm being protected, yeah, but nobody's shooting anything at you. Well, but I'm afraid they might shoot at me. So you stay balled up in your armor. Okay, they might shoot at you. And a meteor might come out of the sky and come through the house and bop me on the head. It could happen, but the likelihood is extremely rare. But, so armadillo wrapped up in its ball and its protection, if it stays wrapped up in the ball and protection, it's going to starve. It's going to be useless. It's not going to feed its family, or it's not going to find a mate or whatever. So armadillo's got a tough shell. It's already protected, and rolling up in a ball is just sort of an annoying way for any animal that's trying to eat it, can't get a hold of it. So, but there are people who are having armor, and their armor is that they close up and ignore the rest of the world. You can't do that. You got to face some things. But know that if you call on armadillo, you have the strength of the armor. But unball yourself and get out and quit using, you know, internal whatevers as your excuse. Well, I'm meditating for protection. Well, there are some people I absolutely, and I've talked with other people, they absolutely believe that they talk about evil all the time. They talk about the demons. They talk about the this and the Rothschilds and the this and the reptiles, and that they are seeing demons. They are seeing reptiles because they can't quit talking about it. The more you talk about it, you will literally call these things to you. So are they seeing them? Are they under attack? They won't shut up about it. Maybe they're actually creating that which they don't want unconsciously. And with psychological study and study of the quantum and things, I'm more inclined to believe that some of these people are actually creating their own hysteria. And in that, they are seeing things. Honestly, they see them, but doesn't mean that they're like really real. But in their brain of fear, of so many things, that when they look, they're actually seeing a demon. Is the demon actually there? It is in their mind. It's their subconscious, it's their fears, and they go, son of a bitch, it's a demon. When it's honestly, it is a demon to them, but is it really a full fledged, sure enough, going to take you to hell demon? Maybe not, because it's half conjured by the people with the fear of the demon. I've talked about this before. There, in my studies with my shaman, he was like, there are beings, he said, I have to mention this, but I have to be careful. And I said, okay. Now, I've talked about this before. He said, there are entities, right? Not good ones. And he was hinting around in an odd way. And I was like, what's the deal? And he said, well, there are entities, not good ones. And I said, okay, so evil entities. Yeah, all right, but let me, okay, explain. Well, but we can't talk about them. And I said, so why are you bringing this up? And he goes, because you need to know there are beings that we do not name. We do not speak their names. We do not speak of them. And he said, that's all I'm going to say because I've said too much, but you need to know. You don't speak of them. You don't talk about them. I said, well, okay, you don't talk. That's just it. But they're there. I'm just letting you know. Don't talk about them. Don't let them know they're there. Don't, and this is years ago, long before other folks are like, if you think about them, you'll manifest them. The native folks have had these beings you do not speak of for a long time. And they know that they exist. They may have an inkling of what the entity beast might look like, but they ain't saying, they ain't talking, but they all know that they exist. Okay, that's my point. But there are people who talk about those things that they should not name, and I think they come and follow them around because they're not supposed to name them. They're not supposed to talk about it all the time. And the more they talk about it, the more they're afraid of them. And the more they're afraid of them, the more they talk about them. And they won't shut up about it. And I'm worried about these people because they're obsessed with the fact that they're being struck by direct energy weapons, that they're being singled out, and that maybe they are, but there's a lot of evidence that because they continue to talk about it, that they're actually manifesting their own fears. There's a lot of evidence that that's what's happening. So, dear friends, be careful. Doesn't mean you can't see a demon or won't see one, but these folks that are yakking about it all the time in a negative way, you might need to intercede and go, why are you talking about this all the time? Well, they did it, but if you keep talking about it, you're going to create it. Don't you know about manifesting things? And so don't argue with them, but bring it to mind that are you sure you need to like keep yapping about it? You're going to keep drawing them to you the more you talk about it. I love you, but I'm worried for your safety. Now, when you say that, I'm worried about your safety, they're going to immediately think that you mean protection from the demons. And I'd be thinking, I'm worried about your safety and your mental health because you're putting yourself. I've been in the loony bin and I've seen some crazy people and they're manifesting them right in front of them. I see this beast, he's after me. His face is close to mine. And it's like, what? There ain't nothing in the room. But to this person who is flipping out, is seeing whatever it is they're seeing. And no matter of talking, no matter of nothing, the only thing that can be helped in the matter is a pill quickly and a straight jacket before the son of a bitch goes ape shit on you. Because they've done it before. Are they actually seeing a demon? Or has their mind conjured up because of discussions of demons and evil entities and everything? And now I would suggest that some of these people that I have met that are a lot more whacked out than me um, have had some kind of, I'm going to use the word mental trauma, but the mental trauma may have come about by a physical head trauma like I've had. Because for every time I've gotten whacked in the head, there's a subtle, if not certain, abrupt personality traits that just change. They just do. Can't help it. Um, but over the years, I've learned to recognize, like, I'm different than I was before. Crap. That last hit on the head has rearranged my brain cells. Now, for me, my observation is like, okay, now what's different in Dave's world? Perception wise or hearing wise or whatever. I literally went through a whole litany of things because I've been in the system, mental health system, for a long time. And I realized that part of it, my issue, was the medicine they gave me, the depression I was in, and worrying that something really bad was going to happen. And it did. So trying not to speak of it or whatever, but the ultimate feeling that I was going to a doctor, registered neurologist, doing all the right things, and then this hard left. And I was worried going in. But I went for the test and I did the thing, and then I started having grand mal seizures, and then my world went boom. So, but it was all with good intent. It was all, but also my premonitions of something bad is coming this direction, and I couldn't prove it, but it was along the lines of the seizures and head bangs and things, and the personality change that I had from a minor head concussion a year or two before that. But then they gave me a concussion with all this new cocktail of medicine and the flash and bright lights, and it triggered me in ways none of them expected, especially me. Had no idea I was going to start having grand mal seizures. So I'm better on the other side, but there's been damage to my brain. There are perceptual things that I perceive something, and other people just really don't look at it at all like me. And like, are you not catching this subtle little drift right here about this? Like the subject and title for this show, for example, for somebody, the spirit of life, you know, strength of life. Be the spirit. You are the spirit of your life. So if you want your spirit of life to be filled with all the negative things in the world, then your spirit is going to reflect that. And then so will you, because you and your spirit are one and the same and connected and so forth. So, how do you want to be remembered? Is that crotchety old person that bitched at everything, or are you going to be remembered as the person that always told a joke and made people laugh or snicker or whatever? Which how do you want your spirit to be remembered? How do you want you to remember your spirit? Well, it was happy go lucky and, crazy some bitch. Or, I don't know, there was this guy that he just stayed locked in his room all the time, holding a Colt 45, revolver from the days of the Old West. And he kept saying, "Make my day, punk." Okay. Or we can find joy in life, regardless of exterior whatevers. I mean, there were people during wartime that would stop and play volleyball, and then the bombing would resume. Um, Incidents of World War One, where one Christmas or something, they quit fighting each other, and the Germans and the Brits played soccer out in an open field in the middle of the night on Christmas Eve or something. I mean, we have this potential. We have this in us as human beings. The joy, the spirit of life, even in the most dire of circumstances. Is that weird, kinky, or whatever? It's strange. It means that we're being led by a false master or a false something, a false future. But when individuals interact with their own natural spirit, the enemy plays soccer on Christmas Eve. in no man's land during World War One. Ain't that special? We should keep on with that. There's always a potential, even in the worst of times, to be able to play kickball with the opposite side because our spirits individually is what defines us, not that which pushes us or drives us, but that which is us. We make that choice. And sometimes for the wrong damn reason. You think all them Germans thought, they thought they was doing right. They thought they was doing right. And it wasn't until later that they realized, holy crap, we really were all brainwashed. Hitler really was a monster and maybe a demon. But we thought he was right and we followed him but he was nuts, you know. And then there were some Germans that still to this day would go, Adolf Hitler was the greatest man in history. The Fourth Reich, he should have, then there are those. So, my dear friends, please have a great day. I'm hoarse and I need something to drink and I'm tired. Holy crap, it's 4:16. Okay, I'm going to have a quick 420 with you. It's an hour later. I kept yapping as I normally do. And I told Rob, I said, I don't feel like, Robert, there you go. That I wasn't going to do an all nighter. And here it's been 4 hours and a minute. So happy 420, everybody. I managed to lie again about how long I was going to be on. So. Yum, yum. That's all I got to say. So, Esty, Katniss, good to see you. Michelle, I love you too. Blessings, everybody. Keep up the good work. Talk about subjects, but without emotion. And if you talk about a subject and you and your friend, and somehow you find yourself coming back to the subject in a loop and talking about it in a different way, stop talking about it because you're looping. Make your point, blah, 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 and then get off of it. Go to something else because we really don't want to feed any more energy into the chaos that's already existing around it. So be safe. That's how we help win. When they want us depressed, we're going to laugh and find something to laugh about. When people need our help and they need our prayers, let's send it. But not without pity or remorse, because that's what they're going to get. We got to send a smile to these people. We got your backs. But, spiritually at least, don't know what you're going through, but here's a good positive thought that good outcomes will come. We don't specify what or how or what anything. Oh, good outcomes for this to happen. Nah, the simple prayer. We're praying for a good out, folks. A good out, folks. A good outcome for you folks. Trying to cram too many syllables into one word. And that's the best thing we can do. And with positive attitudes and simple positive prayers, we could still win this thing. You know what I mean? Doesn't have to be somebody. I'm going to push this button. I'm going to blow us the kingdom come. I'm going to blow the planet to hell. I swear to God. Shooting, Okay, that punk's out of here. So anybody else want to come over here and push this button? Come on, I got the gun. Make my day. Send a cowboy in the closet. Never mind. Somehow I saw the connection. But anyway, so I do continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, and all of your relatives and your relations will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings that still are out there in the universe. And every day that Duggar and I go outside to play, even the day when it was raining, anyone to carry his little stuffed toy up the hill in the rain, we still continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, which continues to amaze me, is that I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue your spirit journey and continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many strange blessings in the universe. And chin up, believe, 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 believe. Message from the universe, message from the angel folks. Believe, believe, believe. And don't give in, don't give up. Have faith and believe, believe, believe. Regen, how are you doing? I'm out of here. Blessings to Esty. Sorry I got to go and you're just getting here. But have a lovely day, everyone. And, I'll be back. Um, God willing, and the creek is rising a little bit, but we needed it. But anyway, be safe and do your best to stay out of trouble. Stay out of that chaos. That's the trouble I'm talking about. Till next time, cheers, everybody. Support your brothers and sisters, at least with prayers. And positive. Thank you, Regen, ST, Katniss, Chloe, and I don't know who else is back up the stream. Sleep well, and I'll talk to you soon. Bye. And Ween, thank you, Bob, and all y'all. Cosmic hugs. Till next time.